to go. The Lions inside Green Bay territory. Thompson. Good block from King. Thompson with speed. First down yardage.
I'll tell you, Landry's got this team moving right now. He's mixing his plays well. He's throwing the ball. Here you'll see him doing the pitch out right now. Watch the block of the back coming out and leading Thompson around the corner. You can see King coming out there, sets him up, knocks the defensive back out. The halfback cuts back up to the inside, picks up the first down, gets good yardage. It's a good play.
Look at that Johnny Gray, a flying tackle to stop him. He had 95 tackles coming into the game today, leads the team in that department. And we've talked about that aggressive young secondary of the Packers. You saw the kind of effort they're getting from Johnny Gray. First down Lions.
They got some great coaching with Dick LeBeau in there. These guys are hustling. They're all over the field. They're coming up and forcing the plays. That's why they're making the tackles.
Horace King, the ball carrier, stopped by Jim Carter after a gain of maybe 2 on the play. Well, a big one, the big bowl game on Monday, January 2nd. Top-ranked Texas, 11-0, unbeaten against Notre Dame. Won their 10th game last night over Miami. They come in 10-1, and that should be an interesting day. Lindsey Nelson, Paul Horning, Don Crickey, Joe Alexander, all be on hand to bring that coverage to you here on CBS, the Cotton Bowl, January 2nd. Shift out of the eye. Rick Kane in the backfield. Landry with time to the flat for David Hill, too far.
Great effort, though.
2:05 remaining, third quarter. And again, a big third down play coming up for the Lions.
Now Landry's had the pressure on him. Now he's got it on him again. He made the third down situation on the last one with that same pass that he just threw there to Hill, and Hill had gotten the first down for him. You know, we were talking about the 2 tight ends, Hill and Sanders. They used a lot of the 2 tight end offense when they had the running game going for them. But again, they lost Gaines and lost Bussey, the 2 big backs that they had and they were dependent upon. And these guys right here have filled in very admirably. Mr. King's having a good year.
Sanders, Gaines, Freitas, Markovich, Bussey, all gone from that offense. Rick Kane complete into the 20-yard line. Flag down. Fred Carr, number 53, on the tackle, and a big first down play for the Lions if that infraction is not against them.
Johnny Gray's upset, personal foul.
Against Green Bay.
That's what Detroit needs right here. They've got to get some kind of break, and they finally got one.
Time winding down in the third quarter, but a 10-0 ball game, so much can happen. First down for the Lions inside the 20 of Green Bay. Here is referee.
29, defense, personal foul. First down.
Fred Silva, the referee. Mike McCoy.
See the ground level shot right here of Landry setting up. Kane slips right out of the backfield there. It's just a little delay pattern. It's a one-on-one on the linebacker. You'll see McCoy come in here a little bit late. Give him a shot right there, number 29.
Mike McCoy, number 29. First down, Lions.
They've got to make a play here and score. They want to be in this ball game.
Play action. Landry with time. Man open. Can't hold it. J.D. Hill did not hold it. It was just slightly overthrown in front of him. He got a hand on it. Willie Buchanan on the coverage, but J.D. had him beat.
I'd rather be in Hawaii, too.
Well, you know, we can't say that, though. I mean, really. I mean, we'd rather be in Green Bay. I don't know why that young man wants to be in Hawaii. There is a sign down there somewhere that says, "We like it here in Green Bay. We're staying, Mom." The Sports Spec on December 17th here on CBS. The WBC Welterweight Championship. Carlos Palomino defending against Jose Palacios. Also the 1977 National Hot Rod Association World Championship. 4 o'clock Eastern Time, Saturday, December 17th, here on CBS Sports. Landry straight ahead.
I don't know about that being too innovative.
Second down play, and 10 to go following that incompletion, and Landry, stopped by Bob Barber, got only 2 yards, maybe 2.5 on the play.
You know, Landry has been very effective. I shouldn't have said that because Landry has been very effective with that quarterback sneak.
Also on that same edition of the CBS Sports Spectacular, the U.S. Professional Arm Wrestling Championship. Tom Maddie's going to be in that, I'm sure. And the World's Strongest Men. Final edition of that, the Tug of War. That should be a sight. Saturday, December 17th. Landry will throw on third down. For lots of time. Chucks it up, and it's intercepted by Luke. And Luke decides to stay in that end zone, and that was wise. He started to run it out, but fortunately he got his thinking together and stayed in that end zone. And so the Packers stopped the drive of the Detroit Lions with 1:05 remaining in the third period. The Packers continue to lead it 10-0.
It's the year of the Cowboys, 77. However, right now it's 14-14 as the Eagles tie it up. We have 10:48 to go in the third quarter. And the key play, of course, the fumble by Tony Dorsett and the recovery by Bill Bergey that eventually led to the touchdown pass to Carmichael. Mickemeyer kicking off and kicking deep, and Johnson has to go way in the end zone. He'll run it out. Whoa! Johnson goes down at the 20-yard line. He was hit head-on by Terry Tortolo out of UCLA.
Don't you like the way that Butch Johnson approaches it, though? Boy, he runs it with reckless abandon. I know that's used a lot, but that's exactly how he does it. He fully intends to advance the football.
He just loves it. And he got 1 yard, really, on the play. If he just stayed where he was, they'd have brought it out to the 20, and with all of that, he got it to the 21. Final score, Washington losing to Dallas last week 14-7, still had enough to come back and shut out Buffalo 10-0. Washington is now 7-5. The Cardinals losing today 7-5. And it is 2nd and 5 on the 26th with 10 minutes left to go in the third quarter, all even at 14 apiece. Butch Johnson is wide left, Drew Pearson wide right, Dorsett and Newhouse in the backfield. Staubach fakes once, dumps to Dorsett, and he can't hold it. Lazatich then knocks him down.
Pass very poorly thrown by Roger Staubach that time. A simple pass that didn't go over about 12 yards in the air. Let's watch Tony Dorsett. Faking out of the backfield. Like I say, when you do that and then sliding back after those linebackers cleared, the pass is thrown back over behind his right shoulder. Lazatich right there.
In case you were not with us at the time, Charlie Johnson, who means a great deal to the front three of the Eagles, wiped out by Ralph Neely and does not figure to play anymore. And so Pete Lazatich backing up and doing a solid job for him. 3rd and 5 from the 26. And Staubach backs off into the shotgun. Preston Pearson alongside of him. Staubach down the right side, a diving catch, and let's see, did they rule catch by Pearson? They did. Drew Pearson making a great catch at the 39.
A free agent who went to the Pro Bowl and made All-Pro last year. Gracious me. When the Cowboys get in trouble, you can count on them going to Pearson. Look at this catch. A thing of beauty, and that is professional football.
You know, when Drew caught the touchdown pass earlier, he had caught a pass in 43 straight games, which is a Dallas club record. 1st and 10 on the 39 with 9:15 to go in the third. Pearson in motion, inside handoff to Newhouse. He ran right on by. Sticking his hand out was LeMaster. And you're not going to bring Newhouse down with a hand.
No, sir. His center of gravity is around his knees.
He has such tremendous thighs that he has to have his pants specially made, and you can understand why when you look at him. His thighs look like other people's chest.
His foundation is built on very firmly, too. He's got 5 inches across his feet.
Number 44, Robert Newhouse. And you can see Staubach's numbers as he comes out 2nd and 6 at the Dallas 43. Pitch back to Dorsett. Look out. There he goes. Outlaw. And Mihalik got him from behind. That's the 2nd time Mihalik has had to catch Dorsett from behind.
And that's a long way from the center's nose to Tony Dorsett's back. Look at it on the replay here. Good blocking out in front by Herbert Scott. Saw Herbert on the ground, and from now on, brother, that's the beauty of having a guy like that. It gives you an added dimension. He can, in fact, look at those receivers blocking downfield. And how do they do it? You got to get rid of Bill Bergey before you can do anything against the Philadelphia Eagles. And that's Herbert Scott. doing a number on Bill Berge. Even the best of them get rode sometimes.
Well, a 29-yard scamper by Dorsett. It's 1st and 10 on the Eagle 23. Play action fake to Dorsett. Staubach setting up to unload. Gets away from Hairston. He's finally decked as he throws the ball out of bounds.
Oh, if they don't call pass interference on that, they ought to take the rule out.
Manny Sistrunk really flattened Staubach.
There was nobody within 20 yards of where he threw that football. Bill Berge can't understand it any more than I can. What's happening? What is happening? Take a look at it again. Roger Staubach with a lot of time to throw. First looks left, nobody over there. They had a rotation that side. Had second givings about going ahead with it. Now look where he threw it. Well, there's your picture.
2nd and 10 on the 23. Dorsett, the deep man out of the eye. And it's Dorsett. And he gets across the 15. And only a rolling block knocked him down. Johnny Sanders just threw a block at him to bring him down.
Once again, the Cowboys going back, running left again. Having some success over there.
Tony Dorsett on the move.
Tony going to have to get a smaller helmet, a bigger head.
In checking Dorsett's numbers now, he has rushed for 92 yards. Yeah, Tony, we're talking about you. He has also caught a couple. Dorsett has caught 3 passes for 24 yards. So as usual, he is making vital contributions to the Dallas offense.
He plans to stay here in Dallas, too. Just recently bought a new home here.
In Plano.
Plano.
The ball on the 14-yard line, where it is 3rd and 1. So Staubach on a sneak. He just followed over the right shoulder of Herbert Scott.
Is he a determined football player? He went after that first down.
So Staubach, who had to sneak in for a vital first down and touchdown against Washington to help win, sneaks now for the first down. Watch him go just off the right shoulder.
And that's how he feels about getting it. He plans to make it. Look at that lunge there. You know, a lot of players will comment on him, and the number one thing that comes out of their mouth is what a great leader he is.
Well, he picks it up. 1st and 10 does Roger Staubach. The ball on the Eagle 12-yard line. Dorsett, the deep man. And it's Dorsett they call upon. And he is tripped and goes down short of the 5-yard line. There are 3 Cowboys shaken up on the play. Scott and Neely and yet another. And the other,
John Fitzgerald, I believe,
was a doubtful starter because of the bad knee, and he evidently playing in pain is really hurting now.
This could really upset the game plan of the Cowboys, too, because they're going to have to make several adjustments in that offensive line, as we see Tony Dorsett trying to pick his way. As you see the Dallas front line moving off the football and dominating line of scrimmage on that play.
And for John Fitzgerald, it is definitely the knee. So he is in bad shape for the moment. 14-14 early in the 3rd.
Here we are right here. Landry setting up, dropping back, has lots of time to throw the ball. He keeps both backs in, makes a decision to throw the ball, and it looks like it slipped off his hand there, and I think he was really trying to throw that ball out of the end zone.
He had to be trying to get it out of the end zone. You're right. It looked like he slipped in his setup and just could not deliver the ball, the greasy ball, properly. Luke intercepted. First down, Packers at their 20. For Steve Luke, it was his 4th interception of the season. He leads the pack in that department. And so with the interception in the end zone, the pack starting from their own 20, and it was Nate Simpson straight ahead for a gain of 3 yards on the play. Ken Sanders, number 82 for the Lions, made the stop. Denver defeated Houston 24-14.
They are
Denver
for real.
Broncos, you bet. They're now 11-1 atop the Western Division of the AFC.
That clinched their division title, though, didn't it?
The Bears have defeated Tampa Bay 10-0. That's final. Simpson and Smith, the running backs for the pack. This is Barty Smith, number 33, met right at the line of scrimmage by a swarm of Detroit tacklers. Linebackers got in on the action. Ed O'Neill, number 55, leading the attack.
San Francisco's really doing a job right here. 24-7 over Minnesota. That's a 3rd period, and that's up in Minnesota, I believe.
Well, if they lose, the Bears are tied at 7-5 as they have defeated Tampa Bay today, with Minnesota atop the Central Division. That is the end of the third period here at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. The Green Bay Packers continue to do things right, and it's reflected on the scoreboard.
John Fitzgerald re-injuring the knee. He will give way now to Tom Rafferty at center. 2nd and 4, and the ball on the Eagles' 6-yard line. Tony Dorsett inside the 5 before he is knocked down. Hawk, we've got a moment. Now that they have to make a switch, Fitzgerald out, Rafferty at center, and Lawless moving up to guard, what exactly is the problem as far as center is concerned?
Well, they're going to have to move Tom Rafferty for his regular spot at right guard. He's only got 2 years experience, and move him over to center. They're going to move Burton Lawless, who is a 3-year veteran, over to the right tackle. Now you've got Rafferty, who's not familiar with the position, calling offensive line assignments, which centers do. That'll change the entire blocking, in some cases all the way across the line of scrimmage, and could confuse the Cowboys.
Well, it's 3rd and 1 on the 3. Preston Pearson now in a full house, joining Dorsett and Newhouse. Play action fake to Preston Pearson. Down goes Staubach. It was Art Toms, number 80, who came around to chase him. And in avoiding Tom, Staubach then was swallowed up by Hairston and company.
Where in the world did they get Art Toms from?
Got him from Oakland.
Oakland? A trade, I guess, huh? Play
Here
action fake there. I think probably Staubach had that in mind. There might be some confusion in our offensive blocking assignments. Let's go ahead and pass it. That way it's simple. Block the man head up you.
So it is 4th down and 5. The ball on the 7-yard line, and Efren Herrera is 17 out of 24, and he rarely misses inside the 30-yard line. He'll be kicking from the 14. It's a 24-yard field goal attempt, and it is good. And so the 24-yard field goal by Efren Herrera. The Dallas Cowboys once again take the lead, 17-14.
As we told you, it is very hot here today. The Raiders are in white. The Rams in their blue or dark jerseys. This is the 2nd meeting ever in a regular season. The Raiders won the previous meeting in 1972, beating the Rams 45-17. And here they are, the most successful team in pro football the last 10 years, with an 81% winning factor. And the team they're playing in the last 10 years has the 2nd best record of all the clubs in the NFL. So 2 teams used to doing it the right way and the winning way. Rafael Seption will be kicking off. Rick Jennings is 33. Carl Garrett is 31 for the Raiders. There's a slight breeze at the Rams' back in the 1st period. And the kick is a short one, and it's fumbled out of bounds. Fumbled out of bounds by number 35. That's Terry Robusky, the rookie from LSU. Looked like he topped that ball, the kicker. He just didn't get a good hit on it. Here's the lineup. Stabler at quarterback, Davis and Van Egan the running backs, Branch and Bolitnikoff the wide receivers, Casper is the tight end. Raiders ball on their own 21. 1st down. They've got those receivers spread wide to spread. Cutting off the 20 to the 25. Mark Van Egan hit by Billy Simpson and Isaiah Robertson. The safeties make a lot of tackles. This is the famous Oakland Raider offensive line. Shell at left tackle, Upshaw at left guard. That's their strength. Dalby's the center. Beeler's the right guard. Lawrence the right tackle. 25-yard line of Oakland. They have a 2nd down and 6. Getting outside is Davis. He has the 1st down, and he's belted out of bounds again by Bill Simpson. 1st down for Clarence Davis, returning back to the Coliseum where he played for USC.
And so many people have criticized L.A. for running the ball, keeping it on the ground. Oakland, where they used to be the type of people to win up top, have now gone to more running. they're doing it effectively, and that's why they are.
See Youngblood, Cody Jones, Brooks, Dreyer up front with Jim Youngblood, no relation to Jack Youngblood. Jack Reynolds in the middle and Isaiah Robertson, the outside linebacker. First down, Raiders under 35. No score, we're just underway. A draw play. Davis skirts through, and he stopped short of his 45. He had a gaping hole open off the right side of his line. Robertson, the right linebacker. Pat Thomas, the left cornerback, converged to take him. Speaking of that secondary, it's a good one. The Rams have Pat Thomas on the left, a young player. Monty Jackson on the right. They don't go to him around his area much. He can pick them off. Elmendorf and Simpson, an outstanding pair of safeties. First down. Oakland's ball on their own 44. They have marched for 2 consecutive first downs. Banasak is in. And right ahead they go over the 50. Jack Reynolds made the hit.
Kurt, there's nothing that slows down a good pass rush more than a good offensive line taking it to him, gaining 5, 6, 7 yards at a crack. Now, when you take the ball like Oakland has done in the first drive and establishes you're going to run it down their throats, it really gets you a little bit skeptical about whether you should even get in your starting blocks and come after the passer, because you may not get a chance.
Oakland on the Ram 49. 2nd and 3. That is Clarence Davis. Cutting off left tackle, short yardage, tripped up by Isaiah Robertson. The Raiders are the top offensive club in the National Football League, number 1. They have averaged 342 yards a game. The Chicago Bears are 2nd. The Rams rank 5th in the National Football League in total offense. They average 328 yards a game. 2nd down now, 8. Fake, Taylor, lots of time, shoots it out. Intercepted by the Rams at the 35. Picking the ball off is Jim Youngblood.
He was in perfect position. Stabler had enough time to throw the ball. He had Casper deep, waited for Biletnikoff, tried to get it in between the linebackers. This is a mistake Stabler very seldom makes. In fact, if I had to take a look at it, I really don't think Kenny ever saw Youngblood. He was looking for Biletnikoff, thought he was out of the way. Big turnover for L.A.
And for the fans who have been watching the Houston-Denver game, we welcome you here. We're just underway, no score. The Raiders took the opening kickoff, moved into Ram territory, and then Stabler's thrown an interception. All right, first down for the Rams. Los Angeles on their 36. Pat Hayden on the quick pitch to Cutchin. Outside of the 40, and he runs for a first down. Lawrence McCutcheon, who needs 36 yards in this game to pass the 1,000 mark for the year.
May not take him very long to accomplish 36 yards if he gets blocking up front like he does on this play. He's getting excellent out front protection from Horton. He's got Capoletti doing his job before he even gets any contact. He's 8 yards down the field.
3-man front for the Raiders. Pat Toomey is in there, surprisingly replacing Otis Sistrunk. L.A. running out of the eye on first down. There's McCutcheon the other way on the same sweep. This time he's hauled down by Dave Rowe, the middle guard. Let's set the lineup now for the Rams. They have Pat Hayden at quarterback. Lawrence McCutcheon and Capoletti are the running backs. Harold Jackson and Billy Waddy are the right receivers, and Terry Nelson is the tight end. Their offensive line will be Doug France at left tackle, 77. Tom Mack at left guard. Rich Saul, the center. Greg Horton, the right guard, filling in for Dennis Hare, and John Williams, the right tackle. They have an injury to George Atkinson. And a rookie, Lester Hayes of Texas A&M, is coming on the field to replace him. So while they attend to George Atkinson, timeout, the score, the Rams nothing and the Raiders nothing.
How about he handle that Wally Chambers thing, huh? Chambers is gone for the year. Did that turn out? All right, the Packers bring it out. They are third and about 4 yards to go. The ball just over their 25.
Pressure's on that Detroit defense again to stop them right here. Got to get the ball back.
David Whitehurst all the way at quarterback has been doing the job. Number 17 running. Good run by Whitehurst. That looked like a college quarterback play. I tell you, he's not afraid of anything. If he goes down, they've got Brian Dowling to back him up.
And then Natty.
Zeke Bradkowski and Starr.
Yeah.
They just put the pads on. David Whitehurst got the first down yardage. Remember, after our football telecast, we'll be going down to Largo, Florida, just to warm you up. And you'll see some of the finest golfers from the men's and women's tour in the mixed team golf championship.
They're ready to sing there, don't they?
Slot formation right for the Packers. Whitehurst with time. Sideline complete. Well, no. Never had full possession. They roll it incomplete. Ollie Smith, number 89. That ball hit him in a bad spot, right in the numbers. He just couldn't hold on. It looked like it just popped off his pad.
Here it is. He never does have complete possession of the ball. He's bouncing around, catches it again, catches it. He has 3 shots at it.
And he got a little help from the cornerback over there, James Hunter, just to make sure that he didn't hang on.
3 and you're out, I guess.
Second down.
But that was still a good throw by the rookie. He did a great job. Led him right to the sideline. Low.
High formation. Draw play. Simpson, number 48. Good tackle on him by Lem Barney, number 20. Barney had been blocked on the play by Odom, and there may be a penalty against Odom. Barney made a super effort. He had been knocked down, but still made the tackle. And clipping is the call. I believe it'll be against Odom.
I'll tell you, here's a guy, gets clipped on the play, gets back up, makes a great tackle. He's one of the real grand premier defensive backs that have played in the NFL, I think. He's a competitor. He's the kind of guy that has always been great on the special teams, the punt returns. He's my kind. I'll take 40 of those kind of guys.
Nate Simpson had 57 yards rushing and gets a little wiped out there.
84, flipping. Second down.
Second and 20. Eagles battling Dallas.
You know, that Eagle team is an underrated ball club. They've been in every ball game up there. They've changed their attitude around. That's a young ball club that I think next year you're going to see a lot more and hear a lot more about.
Second and 19 to correct it, and we had all kinds of action. Number 62, Dennis Havig, started his pull a little bit early from the left guard position. That brought the Lions over, and that'll be against the Pack, and so now Green Bay running into penalty troubles.
Offense, 62, false stars. Second down.
So it is second and 24. The ball now back on the 20-yard line of Green Bay. Some of the Lions' better offense here going for them right now.
Moving Green Bay backwards. Let me tell you, the pressure's been on this defense all year long, and they've hung in there, and they've got to do it again today if they want to get back in the ball game, Tim.
Nate Simpson again. Rookie running hard out the left side, and good defensive work by the Lions. Ed O'Neill was there from the middle linebacker spot, number 55. So Chicago defeating Tampa Bay after going into the fourth period today scoreless. They win it 10-0. Walter Payton over 100 yards again, fourth consecutive game. They're 7-5. Minnesota losing to San Francisco. They're 7-5 in the Central Division of the NFC. And Detroit coming in here at 5-6 this afternoon, still mathematically in it, but they're having their problems getting going in this game.
Green Bay gets Chicago next week, so it's going to be an interesting ball game. I'll be up there with Gary Bender during that ball game.
Third down and long. Simpson. Again, good defensive play, and it's Ed O'Neill, number 55. The first man in to put the stop on Simpson, and the Packers will punt. Ken Sanders was there with him.
You know, you hear a few boos from the crowd, but that's a good play because here you got a 10-point lead. You don't want to take a chance of throwing that ball up in the air, getting the interception. This way you let your defense come in. You let your punter, Beverly, kick that ball down there, put Detroit back in the hole here, and then let the defense play ball.
Beverly standing on his 11-yard line. Eddie Payton by himself. Standing on the 35. Ball rolls to about the 40, and it's going to be dead there. And so the Lions will start 1st and 10 from their own 40-yard line. 12:24 remaining in the final quarter.
17-14 Cowboys. You can see a final of Pittsburgh Steelers getting it all together now at the end of the year. Knock off Seattle 30-20. A report on John Fitzgerald, it was not his knee. It was his ankle that caused him to leave the game. We'll await a further report. So Herrera, who just kicked a 24-yard field goal to put the Cowboys in front, now kicking off. Wilbert Montgomery will back to the goal line. To the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And down he goes at the 31. Wilbert Montgomery, a rookie out of Abilene Christian.
Very determined runner there.
The Eagles have not been able to really muster a drive. They've scored 2 touchdowns, but both touchdowns are the direct result of turnovers. One was an interception by Randy Logan, and the other, of course, was a fumble by Dorsett, recovered by Bill Berge. And an Eagle player is down, as you can see. (17-14) Cowboys. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the third quarter. Shaken up was Vince Papale, and evidently okay. He has done a marvelous job getting down underneath punch today. And that time on the special unit, blocking for Wilbert Montgomery, Papale is shaken up.
Like a lot of boys in South Philadelphia, you got a lot of stories to tell, Ben.
Yeah, he didn't play football in college. 1st and 10 from the 31. 17-14 Cowboys. Carmichael is left, Smith is right. Hogan and Montgomery behind Jaworski. And Jaworski throwing out to Montgomery. Oh, what a collision with D.D. Lewis. End of story at the 35.
Who won that battle, do you suppose? Both of them are getting up. What a shot D.D. Lewis put on him.
Or was it your sinuses?
Who gets the best of this? I think it's a Mexican standoff. Look at this. Gracious me.
So Montgomery moves it across the 35 to the 36-yard line. We're at 2nd and 5. Carmichael in a slot left this time inside Smith. And Montgomery going to carry it again. He just missed getting eaten up by Jones, so he was swallowed up by Harvey Martin.
Too tall pulled the Batman on him that time, didn't he?
Too tall went flying by, and Harvey said, "Come to me." CBS Sports Spectacular, Saturday, December the 17th, with the WBC World Welterweight Championship, the 1977 National Hot Rod Association World Champions, and among others, Shirley Muldowney and Don Garlitz. It was held at the Ontario Motor Speedway several weeks ago. Then the U.S. Professional Arm Wrestling Championships and the World's Strongest Men. What a slate. That's the CBS Sports Spectacular, Saturday, December 17th. 3rd and 4 from the 36. Jaworski just did get it away. He was submarined as both Hegman and Henderson came in.
Randy White was in there quick, too. Everybody. Boy, when the Dallas Cowboys get it together, they either look bad together or they look great together. When they all come, it seems like everybody's there. Jaworski's shaking up a little bit. Watch Randy White, number 54. How quick. And look at, there you go, 56, Tom Henderson with that speed. Gracious.
So Jaworski limping a little bit as he comes off the field. 4th and 4. And so Spike Jones will be kicking to Butch Johnson. Another low pass. He got on a bounce and got it away and got a good one away. Johnson has to go back to the 10-yard line. Flag on the play. Franklin has gotten him from behind and brought him down at the 15, but there's a flag at the 35.
Great coverage by the Eagles that time, and a great play by Spike Jones handling that football like that. 56 yards worth of punt. A bad, bad snap.
Now let's await the call. Crackback.
Look at that. He blocked it just like a good catcher would, didn't he, Ben? Get your body in front of it.
And a marvelous play. Evidently, out of that kick formation, one of the wide receivers came back in and decked the Cowboy in a crackback block, and he was caught at it.
We have an illegal cut. Defense, first down.
Illegal cut is charged against Dallas. So that makes it an automatic first down for the Eagles. At first we thought it was an infraction against Philadelphia, but the Eagles keep the ball on their own 41, 1st and 10. That's a big break. 17-14 Dallas. Montgomery and Hogan behind Jaworski. And it's Montgomery trying to get outside Lewis, and Aaron Kyle wrapped him up.
Cowboys are aroused now, playing with some intensity.
D.D. Lewis stringing the play out, so Montgomery couldn't get around him, and then Kyle just came up to hit him. Kyle playing with a broken left hand. In fact, he's been playing the last 4 or 5 games as Aaron Kyle. You'll watch number 25 now come up for the hit.
You
that
see
left
the
hand and a
bandage on
cast.
his left arm, that's right. The #1 draft choice for the Cowboys. I believe that's right.
2nd and 12. Kyle was #1 in '76 out of Wyoming. Jaworski trying to throw to Smith, and Too Tall had his hand up in the clouds.
That's exactly right. Yes, sir. He really impaired his vision that time. He couldn't find it at all.
A reminder, Elliott Gould and O.J. Simpson host an hour of entertainment on the 1977 Heisman Trophy Award Special. Among the many stars appearing, Phyllis George, Reggie Jackson, Connie Stevens, and Leslie Uggin. The presentation of college football's finest hour. That's Thursday, 10 Eastern, 9 Central and Mountain Time. 3rd and 12. For the moment, the Eagles unable to take advantage of the big play, the illegal cut charged to Dallas. 3rd and 12 from the 40 of Philadelphia. And Jaworski to Montgomery, and Henderson brings him down immediately at the 45. So they're 6 yards away from a first down, and they'll have to give the ball up again. (17-14) in favor of the Dallas Cowboys. Spike Jones going back to kick. And it's Butch Johnson standing on his 15-yard line for Dallas. Nobody coming, and this time Spike really drills it. Johnson at the 15, and Montgomery, Wilbert Montgomery, drills him, and he's playing inspired ball, as you can imagine, a kid from Abilene Christian coming back to Texas to play in the pros. The NFL on CBS starts on Saturday next week. Washington versus St. Louis, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Washington winning today. St. Louis losing to the Giants. They each have the identical record now of 7 victories and 5 defeats.
Pretty much on the line in that game.
And how?
Winner take all.
It's a 40-yard punt by Spike Jones. 1st and 10 from the 15 for Dallas. Staubach pitching to Dorsett, Randy Logan, along with Art Toms, closing in on him at the 15.
Dallas finally realizing they're in for a football game. For sure. Eagles much aroused. Dallas responding very nicely.
The Eagles in their last 7 losses have lost by a total of 36 points. Of course, they play somewhat inspired ball at home. They are 1-5 on the road this year. The worst Philadelphia road club back in 1970, they were 0-7. 2nd and 11 from the 14. Newhouse and Dorsett. Both backs go out, and there's a dump off to Newhouse. And LeMaster came over to tie him up along with Art Toms, Hairston, and Mahalik.
Barely got back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe a yard gain, huh?
That picked up 1 to the 15, that's all. So the Eagles, who tied it up 14-14, only to see the Cowboys come back on a 24-yard field goal by Efren Herrera. Now Cowboys leading 17-14, 1 minute and 2 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. 3rd and 10. Out of the shotgun goes Staubach. And Roger going too low, intended for Preston Pearson. Bill Berge, along with John Bunting, just sat on him.
There's two good linebackers right there. Take a look at Bill Berge. Pass coverage against the run, it doesn't make any difference. If he isn't the best linebacker in football, he's among them, certainly.
He was last year's
Playing
all
inside
NFC.
out on Preston. Got him covered like a dirty shirt. Look at it.
We have 46 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Dallas holding on to a 17-14 lead, and it is 4th and 10. And Danny White bothered somewhat with a groin pull, trying to root it out of there. Larry Marshall all alone on the Eagle 45. Marshall watching as Benny Barnes was right there on top of him. And Barnes comes out of the chute breathing fire.
Doesn't he, though? And isn't that punter Danny White something? He's quite an athlete. Not only did he get a nice kick out of it, he got it out of bounds with no run back.
49 yards for a fellow who has a groin pull. That's really something. Say, don't let these sly con artists, Pete and Mac, pull a switch on you. Hang in there for great entertainment when they switch to Monday night, starting tomorrow at 10, 9 Central and Mountain Time.
Oh, and everything's fine in Dallas.
We're 38 seconds to go in the third, and another Eagle is shaken up on the play, and that would be Mitchell. He comes off the field. Martin Mitchell, number 48, led to the sideline. Looks like an injury to the left arm or left shoulder. Papali, we get a report, also has a bruised shoulder. So it is 1st and 10 from the Eagle 36. Carmichael left. Hello, Ed George. Ed George just couldn't wait to get a pop at Big Ed Jones. And George beats himself on the helmet. He was so angry.
So why in such a hurry to go nowhere?
Ed George was a 4th-round draft pick of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, played up in Canada for 2 or 3 years, came back with the Colts for a year before going over to Philadelphia.
He played for the Montreal Alouettes of the Canadian Football League for 5 years. All right, the ball at the 31 now, 1st and 15. Smith wide right, Carmichael left. Sullivan. And on his own effort, he got it out across the 35 because there wasn't anybody opening up a hole for him.
You just said it, on his own effort.
Lester Hayes goes in. Now this is going to create some serious moves in the Oakland secondary, John.
And they are very simple. Lester Hayes is primarily a cornerback. He's come in, gone to corner. They've moved Skip Thomas over into a strong safety position. It changes the whole flow of the defensive backfield, and it could be a problem for Oakland.
The Raiders have had injuries in their secondary all year. 2 yards on that advance. John Cappelletti gets his first carry. Now here's the front three. Sistrunk is not in there. Matusik at left end, David Rowe the middle guard, and Sistrunk has been ailing and didn't feel up to it, so Toomey started at right end. Rice at left linebacker. Monty Johnson, Willie Hall the middle linebackers, and the Mad Stork, Ken Hendricks is the outside right linebacker. On the Raider 49-yard line. They have a 3rd down and 6. Hayden's first pass. Out it goes. It's complete to McCutcheon. Boy, Hayden had all the time trying to eat a sandwich and a cup of coffee.
It was an excellent throw by Hayden. He hit McCutcheon right on the money. Willie Hall was trying to cover him. When you give a man enough time and you're working on linebackers, eventually your backs are going to get open. Now you see Jack Tatum went over to help Lester Hayes a little bit. He wasn't in a good position to really make a move on this football coming over the middle. You see him coming up late out of the right hand of your screen. That could be a problem for Oakland. They're going to try and exploit it.
George Atkinson looks to be his ankle or leg. First down Rams on the Raider 35. No score. 9:55 to play in the period. Couple of yards. Tuzek on Capoletti, and that's it. Down the secondary, Skip Thomas and Willie Brown. It'll be Willie Brown and the rookie Hayes in the corners, and Jack Tatum, Skip Thomas, and now the safety men. Neil Colsey's out with an injury, and so is Charlie Phillips. One of those would be in there. Second down 8 for the Rams on the Raider 33. McCutcheon outside, turns it, and then is pushed out by Lester Hayes.
Kurt, I think what you may see an awful lot of today, particularly if you have Skip Thomas playing strong safety, the strong safety is responsible to force a lot of running plays. Now, he's not accustomed to playing strong safety. George Atkinson is. When he has to do that, it's often very possible he'll be a little late on the forces. They probably run the ball a little strong, a little more than they have in the past, and I'll tell you, it's a lot easier to run it against a team that is not familiar with each other.
Third down 3 for the Rams on the Raider 28. Looks the field over, shoots it, and it's incomplete. Broken up by the veteran Willie Brown. Just tipped it away. Intended for Billy Waddy, the very speedy rookie from Colorado. Willie Brown, 15 years. You know, he broke in the same year with the Raiders as his coach.
He's probably got as many compiled years as the rest of the backfield put together. And he's the one man that stayed healthy. Now, he's had a few nagging injuries, but nobody can take his job. And it's only because he's been playing at the level he has been that they haven't.
Raphael Seption, who's kicked 15 out of 24. This will be a 46-yard field goal. He's hit one over 40 this year out of the 15 he's made. From Mexico City. And his kick is up. And it is no good. It fades to the right. So the Rams missed their scoring opportunity with 9 minutes and 6 seconds remaining in the first period. Timeout on the field, and it's still Oakland nothing, Los Angeles nothing.
Landry 11 for 18 as he brings out the Lions first down at their own 40. 12:24 remaining in the fourth quarter. Leonard Thompson over the left side got 5 on the play. First man to hit him, Ezra Johnson, in at defensive end, number 78. Jim Carter, the middle linebacker, number 50, in on the action. Clarence Williams in there along the front with Butler.
Landry's got to get this offense generated, get some momentum going for them. You've got to change it around, come up with a big play, get that first down, get them moving down in there, get some points on the board. We're going to have a ball game then.
Second down, they gave him a little less than 5 on the marking. Landry. Intended for Jarvis, tipped away, and tried that quick pass to the flat. Fred Carr got a hand up on it, number 53. But that would have been a completed pass. Intended for number 45, Ray Jarvis.
Again, that was a big defensive play by Green Bay. They're coming up with the plays. Now, here we're back into that third down and 5-6 yard situation. You know, keep playing the ball game. If they want to keep this game going and ball moving down the field, they've got to get the first down.
Jarvis comes wide right. J.D. Hill wide left. Screen, and slipping down is Lynn Thompson. Fred Carr covered him immediately. And so, again, the Packers defense stops the Lions offense, and Detroit will have to punt.
Carr makes a great play on a screen, because if you got by the linebacker right there, he had some running room down the sideline over there.
Brought up a loss of about a half a yard on the play, and so Summers, standing on his 25-yard line, will punt. Carroll back at the 26 of Green Bay awaiting him. Carroll takes it on the fly, trying to come outside, and a good tackle downfield at the 35-yard line by Tony Dakin, number 58. And so the Pack has the ball back. a first down, and they lead the game 10-0.
We have a key game next Saturday at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Pittsburgh Steelers against the Bengals in Cincinnati. Join us on NBC. Final scores. Well, New England handed the Rams a nice gift today with a 16-10 victory, a comeback victory over Atlanta. The Steelers keep moving. Beat Seattle 30-20. Stabler on first down and hit his Mark Van Egan for a loss. 85, Jack Youngblood right on him from left end. He's fired up. Look at him.
I'll tell you, when you talk about Jack Youngblood, you talk about a guy that comes to play, seems to play best in big games. He got off to a slow start this year, but every time San Francisco played him, I can remember having a long afternoon. He's the kind of guy that he's out after you, and he loves to play this game, and Oakland better not try him too often today.
Incidentally, Youngblood at 230-something and Dreyer at 240 are two of the lightest pair of defensive ends in the game. Second down, 13. Stabler's pass, nearly intercepted. Is it intercepted or not? What do they call it? Incomplete. Pat Thomas there, and Stabler was knocked down on a good pass rush.
I tell you, Freddie Dreyer got in a little late. They played a few games. They tried to switch it up. They're going to do anything they can to get to Stabler because they know if they give him enough time, he'll pick them to pieces. That letting their offense control the ball for them is the defensive key for L.A. today.
And there's Denver with a 10-point win over tough Houston. Denver now is 11-1, the best record in the NFL. Chicago handed Tampa Bay a shutout and another loss, 10-0. Third down, 13. Stabler's toss over the head of Cliff Branch. He did something rare. Most times the wide receivers of Oakland don't cross into the middle.
Well, when they do, they usually have a lane. That time, defensive secondary, Monty Jackson in particular, forced Branch to get underneath, get in the area where the linebackers spend a lot of time cruising, looking for one of those receivers, and he took his eye off the ball a little bit.
Billy Waddy and Cullen Bryant are back. This is Ray Guy, pulled a muscle this week and boots it away. The kick is coming to Waddy. Waddy tackled immediately on his 34-yard line. And down covering is Morris Bradshaw, who's really a shadow on those punts. A 40-yard punt for Ray Guy. Bradshaw, ex of Ohio State, played wing back there, made the tackle. Timeout. Our score is still the Rams nothing and the Raiders nothing.
Packers will have first down as their cheerleaders have shed the heavy coats and they're down just to the sweaters out there. It must be up to 16 degrees now.
They don't look like the girls from Dallas.
First down, Green Bay.
Those little outfits they wear down there, I don't think they'd hold up too well.
Marty Smith straight ahead. Good hole behind Mel Jackson, number 71 in the center, Larry McCarron. Dick Geron, the safety, number 26, made the tackle, and he picked up 6 on the play, 2nd and 4.
Marty Smith really picked his hole well. He saw where the flow was going. Everybody was going off to the right. He broke down right behind his block. Picked up good yardage on that.
Smith has 47 yards rushing. Nate Simpson with 62 leads everybody. The rookie for Green Bay. Leonard Thompson, the new man, has 46 for Detroit. Smith again, smashing straight ahead, short of the first down. And again, some pushing and shoving. If you don't think these guys are serious out here today. That was Larry McCarron for Green Bay against an unknown lion at the moment here. As we try and sort them out, I think it might have been
Orvis again?
Orvis, I think. Well, there you go. Coming up Thursday night on CBS, a new show, the 1977 Heisman Trophy Award Special, 10 Eastern, 9 Central. Elliott Gould and O.J. Simpson will host an hour of entertainment on the special Heisman Trophy Awards. Rich McGeorge in with Bert Askeson, double tight end, 3rd and a yard and a half to go. Simpson straight ahead, and a whistle for delay of game against the Green Bay Packers. Simpson had the yardage and then some, but they did not get the play started in time.
Boy, that's a great break for Detroit right here. Again, they're getting those breaks, and again, the mistakes that are being made by The young ball club here with Green Bay, they shouldn't do that. They shouldn't take that much time in the huddle to get that play off. Now it throws a whole different light. 3rd and long yardage situation.
3rd and about 7. The ball back to the 40-yard line of Green Bay. The Packers in command, 10-0.
Ball on the 40.
David Whitehurst at the controls. There were 11 quarterbacks picked ahead of him in this year's draft. He was a 206th player overall. But they like him here in Green Bay, and with Dickey and Whitehurst, they think they've got a pair of quarterbacks. Look at him run. Woo! He got hit over there, but he jumps right up, says, was nothing, coach. I'm okay. I got the first down, or close to it.
Again, it looked like the old option. Here he is again, coming right down the line. Looks like the halfback's right there trailing with him. He sees it. He tucks it under, and he really gets nailed.
James Hunter, the second-year man from Grambling.
Great defensive play by Hunter. And it stops him from getting that first down and forces him into a punt. All right, let's see what Detroit can do now.
Short of the first down, right. He was very close to it, but not close enough.
Mr. Hunter wouldn't have hit him like that. He'd have gotten it, too.
Beverly standing on his 30-yard line. Walter Payton back for Detroit. Oh, it's blocked. Great play. Number 77, John Woodcock, blocked it. And the ball goes all the way to the 15-yard line.
We got a ball game.
First down, Lions. John Woodcock on the specials team. He had been starting at
You can see him coming
end.
right through, straight through. Reaches up, knocks that ball down.
Look at him looking for it, too. He was right on the case.
I don't know who picked it up, but somebody's got.
Hard to tell with these muddy jerseys, but the Lions very alertly on the ball. Have a first down at the Packers 16. They trail 10-0, 8:34 to play.
Puppy.
You're going to the other booths then. The voice you just heard was that of
Thank
Finn.
you very much. I didn't say nothing.
It is 17-14 in favor of the Dallas Cowboys as we start the 4th and final quarter. And the Eagles, as they have been all year, frustratingly close, but there's still no cigar. 2nd and 11 on the Eagle 35. Smith inside Carmichael in a slot right. Hogan and Sullivan, and now they send Krepke, shake him loose as the tight end on the left side. Jaworski intended for Hogan. Pass interference will be called against Aaron Kyle.
And I don't think there's any question about the call being accurate. He came right up his back.
He had Kyle beaten, and there was a wide open gap up the middle, so Aaron gave him a shove.
Aaron Kyle's not going to make any big to-do over it. He realized he did it. I tell you, my heart goes out to these Philadelphia Eagles. With the limited talent that they have on the ball club, they will not quit. A lot can be said for that.
Number
They stay in every
25,
game.
defense, first down.
Look at the cover. There you see it right there.
So Aaron Kyle all over him. Over Mike Hogan. First down for the Eagles on their own 40-yard line. Plenty of time, just the start of the 4th quarter. 17-14 Dallas. Carmichael left and Smith right. There goes Sullivan crawling. Boy, he just refuses to give up.
You think Vermeil's not getting the full mileage out of all these players for the Philadelphia team? They are putting out their utmost, and they love him, too. I think he's got a bright, bright future, Ben.
So Tom Sullivan, knee touched shy of the 45. They'll spot it on the 44. Yeah, Dick Vermeil given a 5-year contract by Leonard Tost, and he appears to be the one to lead the Eagles out of the wilderness.
They've been in it for a long time.
2nd and 6 from the 44. Hogan wrapped up by Bill Gregory, and that's the end of that journey.
Bill Gregory, another one of those Cowboys that just signed a lot of contracts, a lot of one-year contracts. He's going to be with them for the next 4 years for sure.
So it is 3rd and 6. The Cowboys looking pass, so Lewis and Bruning come out. Mark Washington comes back in the ballgame along with Benny Barnes and Mel Renfro. So Jaworski faced with a 3rd and 6 to keep the drive alive from the 44. Krefli is wide left. Smith inside Carmichael, slot right. Hogan stays in to block. And Jaworski is going to be spun around on his numbers. Martin hit him. Too Tall Jones hit him. Pugh and White, the whole front 4 was in there.
Yes, sir. And that's what you so often see when the Dallas Cowboys put the pass rush on. Look how disciplined. No one really gambling and getting out of their lane. If you see, they still have containment on the outside by Jones and Martin. Pressure from the inside by Gregory. There you see Too Tall. There you see Gregory. And more to come.
That
Martin
was Pugh.
again, and then there's White. They do play as a unit, don't they?
4th and 12. Spike Jones got it away, and Butch Johnson fair catching the ball on the 15.
Uh-oh. He could have got a couple yards return on that. He had room to return that one.
So Butch Johnson fair catches. The Cowboys will put it in play on their own 16-yard line, leading 17-14.
Who's going to be in the wild card? Maybe 5 or 6 losses over there in the National Conference. Washington shut out Buffalo 10-0. That's the 1 o'clock game's the final score. Right now, the Rams have a first down in their 34. Hayden to Capoletti. Capoletti. Fine effort by Capoletti, the former Heisman Trophy winner. He's also an excellent blocker. He doesn't get the ball as much as McCutcheon. One reason is they like to have him block for McCutcheon.
And he does a fine job, but 5 yards on your own, as he just picked up on that play, puts quarterback in a pretty good spot to either run or throw it on a play-action pass. One of the things I think Hayden does best.
2nd down, 5 for Los Angeles. McCutcheon was hit right at the 40-yard line. John Matuzak and 58, Monty Johnson, the inside linebacker, defended well. It's slight pickup. Let's make it 3rd and a long 4. There's Atkinson.
He's got a little ankle sprain, and his own statement is that he'll be back. Now, it's pretty hard to cover a man when your ankle is sprained, depending on the severity of it, but they certainly need him.
Pat Hayden became the starting quarterback in the 5th game of the year against New Orleans. 3rd and 4. Now he's running into problems, and he's sacked at the 32-yard line. And it is Pat Toomey who led the charge. Pat Toomey, an outstanding as a spot player defensively for the Raiders this year. Lynn Walker now will go into a punt formation. And with Neil Colsey out with an injury, Rick Jennings is going to be the safety man for the Raiders. Walker's averaged 35 yards a kick. Not distance, but he kicks the ball high. And that's a high, short kick. Fair catch called by Jennings. Look out. Huge recovery.
I think it's hilarious.
Recover. The kicking game decides so much of the results of football. And look at Madden. They just fumbled a fair catch away, and the Rams are in striking distance. Nolan Cromwell recovered that, number 21, a former quarterback at University of Kansas.
Well, take a look. You see Jennings, when the ball's kicked as high as it is, he just lost it a little bit. Made a move to get back on it. Good punt coverage was allowed because the ball was so high. Was down there before any of the Raiders could recover. The Rams have a great break on the 32-yard line. That's their 2nd one of the game.
2 turnovers now. Charge to the Raiders. Hayden fakes the handoff, will throw, swings it to McCutcheon. McCutcheon is slowed down and then dropped. He was slowed down by a fired-up rookie, Lester Hayes. McCutcheon slid off him, and then Floyd Wright did the finishing job. And Hayes is a hitter. He was a linebacker his first 2 years at Texas A&M, then became a secondary back. They're very high on his future.
Well, he's going to get a lot of time to show him today, because I think between he and Floyd Rice on the left side for Oakland, they are going to get tested.
Rice goes out. Sistrunk comes in. And they put a 4-man down line now. They're going to rush 4 men. Let's drop back. Swing out to Cappelletti. 25, 20. Cappelletti runs for the first down. Brought down by Lester Hayes from behind. Good block by Greg Horton, the right guard.
Excellent play. Quick little screen by Hayden. He goes back, doesn't give the screen away, stands as long as he can before he whips the ball outside. As he does, Cappelletti's in excellent spot, gets a good block from Horton, who's coming in from the right side, picks off Willie Hall, and Cappelletti's gone for the first down before he even has contact made.
They're going to measure. It looked like he'd fallen forward for the first down.
He's got it.
Have to measure that one.
That's a formality job there.
Rams ball. They're on the Raiders 16.5. Call it the 16. They always advance it to the next yard line for purpose of official statistics. There's the winningest coach in Ram history, Chuck Knox. This is his 5th season. He's been averaging 10 wins a year. That's outstanding in pro football. First down for the Rams. On the 16-yard line of the Raiders. No score. 5 minutes to play, first period. McCutcheon rams straight ahead. And he moves it to the 12-yard line. Ted Hendricks, 83. And number 39, Willie Hall, the inside linebacker, set him down.
You get a pretty good indication just how strong both these offensive lines are when a play gets stopped, which looks for no gain, and it carries 4 or 5 yards down the field, and that's happened on both sides of the ball.
Second down, 6 for Los Angeles. McCutcheon, 10. He's to the 8. Brought down by Matuzak. And they're not far from a first down. Pat Hayden, a lot better quarterback than even his own teammates thought he would be. I asked Chuck Knox yesterday, were you worried about his height? He's only 5'11". He said, why? All these big linemen are 6'6", 6'7" now, and you can't throw over them anyway. He said you have to throw in lanes.
He finds a way.
He does. He's nifty. He can scramble around. Mike McCoy's in. They're putting all their goal line defense in. Third down, a short yard to go. Flag is down. And there's a good stop by the Raiders with a flag down. The first penalty marker dropped in the game. John Matuzak burrowed underneath to stop that play, number 72.
You know, 2 started off very fast this year, and
offside Oakland.
Now it'll be first down inside the 5-yard line. And I was talking about Matusik, who started off very fast with Bill Villapiano playing behind him. They had really worked out a scheme as to how to do things. They were very effective. No one was picking up any yards. Oakland was playing great defense. And it seems like when Villapiano went down, Oakland's defense went with it. And I don't mean all the way. I just mean it started getting a bit vulnerable.
It is first down and goal to go for the Rams on the Raider 4. Time remaining first period, 3:45. No score. The Raiders have coughed the ball up twice. Once on interception, and then fumbled a fair punt, which has given the Rams a scoring opportunity. That's nothing. Well, maybe a half yard. Matuzak again, tackling Lawrence McCutcheon.
And a boy out of the past, Mike McCoy, made good penetration on that particular play. He comes in short yardage situations. He's strong as a bull. He backs up Dave Lowe, and he could be a big part of this ball game today if they get one more man injured.
Rod Phillips, 39. They like him around the goal line, goes in for the Rams. Cappelletti's out. Let's see what Hayden calls now. They have a full house backfield. They pile that one up for no gain again. Floyd Wright, an excellent play on McCutcheon. It'll be third down and 3 to go for a Ram touchdown. John, I know you had many occasions inside the 5. This is tough territory to move. Every fan in America knows that. Did you have a special handful of plays down here, or did you just read the defense?
What you do is you take a look at the film and you see what might be vulnerable defensively. and it's very hard to find anything. Oakland has been excellent inside their own 10-yard line, and looks like they're doing it again today.
3rd and 3 for a Ram touchdown. Going to roll it out and throw, maybe. He runs it, and he is stopped short. David Rose, the stamp collector, number 74, collected him at the half-yard line.
He just put a little stamp right there on Hayden.
Now they're all saying go, go. But Chuck Knox gets paid to make these decisions, not the man.
I really think they're going for it, Kurt. They feel that even if they don't make it, they've got them inside their own 2- or 3-yard line. However, against a team like Oakland, they have to pick up a yard.
And the Rams have called a timeout.
I guess
talk it over.
They're going to discuss it. Most teams feel that in this situation, get some points on the board. That dictates what the other team must do. They don't have a full yard to go. It is a very difficult yard to pick up down there, but I have the feeling they'll go for it.
This telecast presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Los Angeles Rams and the National Football League is prohibited. Pat Hayden, a Rhodes Scholar. There's Joe Namath. And let me say something about Namath. Chuck Knox yesterday said, this man, and of course Knox was with the Jets when Namath broke in. He's always been a very coachable athlete. Bear Bryant, every man has handled him. Said he's been an outstanding man to coach. He listens to coaches. He contributes. But he has helped Pat Hayden. He has contributed to the Rams. He has not been a sulker. He's done everything, gathering his experience, his football instincts to try and help young Hayden.
Well, Joe's never had any sulk in him.
No.
Or he wouldn't have had the career he's had. But he's got a kid right here in Hayden who really is a lot unlike him, personality-wise, as far as a football player is concerned. I'm sure he'll help him just by encouraging him to do what he does best, and it looks as if that's what he's been doing.
I always thought the two most understood men in sports I've known by the public were Joe Namath and Ted Williams. And you got to know them personally, altogether different than what you thought. 4th down, they're going for it, a half yard to go. McCutcheon and Bryant, Cappelletti goes over it. Cappelletti hit it, and they had to surge for it.
They had an excellent block at the point of attack. When you get a block like that from the right side of your line, there's nowhere you can go but into the end zone. And on that particular case, you got to give credit to a guy like Greg Horton and John Williams. They just move people out of there on the right side. That's the reason a guy like Cappelletti makes it easily. And that was easy.
Cappelletti scores with 2:11 to go in the first period. That marks 32 yards. And the Raiders set it up by fumbling a punt. The kick is up by Cincinnati. He's missed only one this year. It's good. Well, the Rams, a 1 to 3-point underdog, have taken the lead. Timeout. Late in the first period, Los Angeles leading Oakland 7-0.
It was Ed O'Neill making the fumble recovery after John Woodcock blocked the punt. The first block punt for Beverly in 73 punts this season. First down, Lions. Don't go away from this one. Leonard Thompson to the 5. Thompson, touchdown. Leonard Thompson.
Thompson in for the score.
He made that on his own. That second effort right in there, diving in.
16-yard touchdown run for the man making his first start at running back. He is the leading rusher for the Lions today, and he has the score, and we have a ball game.
And here he comes right in there. He cuts off the great block by the back right there.
Now watch this.
Breaks a tackle right there, puts his head down, keeps those legs going, and makes the extra effort right here to get in that end zone. And breaks that line. That's all he's got to do. And we have a ball game, baby.
It was Willie Buchanan that he just flattened right at the goal line to get in. Steve Mickemeyer attempting the point after, and it's good. And so, with 8:26 to play in regulation time, the Packers lead the Lions 10-7, a 16-yard touchdown run. Here it is again.
Here it is again, Tim, right here. Watch the block by the back right there. He absolutely bulls over that defensive back coming up.
Forrest King that was. Block.
Leonard dips his head down. The Mud helps him a little bit there, but he makes a heck of an effort to get in that end zone. It's smelling pay dirt, babes.
Well, Len Thompson, third-year man from Oklahoma State, a reserve wide receiver, getting his opportunity on, I guess maybe a hunch by Tommy Hudspeth today as he sat down Rick Kane. Well, next Saturday, December 17th, make that, the WBC Welterweight Championship, Carlos Palomino against Jose Palacios, and the 1977 National Hot Rod Association World Championships, along with the U.S. Professional Arm Wrestling Championship, and the World's Strongest Men competition, the Tug of War, all Saturday, December 17th on the CBS Sports Spectacular. From the kickoff, Steve Odom to the 32-yard line for Green Bay, where they will start. First down, Reggie Pinckney, number 42, made the tackle. And so we have ourselves a little different football game.
You're not kidding.
10-7.
10-7 ball game. Here's where, you have to be a little bit conservative, but how conservative do you really want to be? This is going to be interesting to see how Barton plays this, because it would be, put them right back in the ball game in the lead if they could get some kind of a score here. The 24-yard return, so they got pretty good field position, 32-yard line.
Nate Simpson and Barty Smith still the running backs. This is Simpson. He's having a good afternoon, but he stopped right there at the line of scrimmage. Number 83, Jim Mitchell, along with Lem Barney, the cornerback, number 20, and he got about a half a yard.
Well, you got a fired up defense right now. They got some points on the board. The offense finally scored for them. And now this team is going to come out here and see what they can do defensively. They can stop Green Bay. They can turn this ball game right around. The momentum is now in Detroit's shoulder.
Second, longer than 9 to go. Slot formation right out of the eye. Whitehurst will throw. Good rush on him. And it's picked off by James Hunter. Hunter to the 25. Close to the 20, where he's finally racked up by Mel Jackson, number 71, and the Lions are right back on the doorstep. James Hunter made a real good catch, but the rush created this one.
It sure did. You can see the pressure that's being put on Whitehurst right here, and just as he throws that ball, he gets nailed. Hunter steps right in front of it, picks it off, goes down the sideline, puts him in excellent field position, and it's a whole new ball game, babes.
The Cowboys putting it in play, 1st and 10 on their own 16-yard line. Dorsett and Newhouse moving around a lot. They finally settle down, and in motion goes Jay Saldy. And there goes Tony Dorsett. Fighting him is Herman Edwards. Look out, going to outrun Edwards and go all the way. Hello.
There is a new Dallas record. The longest touchdown run from scrimmage in the history of a franchise. Look at the big hole opening up, and you're about to see why they wanted Anthony Dorsett to say goodbye.
On a play like that, you automatically wonder about Bill Berg.
Yes, you do. Let's see what did happen to Berg. Well, he had Tom Rafferty, who's having a great season. Had a little stun on that time. It helped his block a little bit. And all of a sudden.
So Tony Dorsett breaks it open. Efren Herrera makes it good. And the Cowboys are now leading by 10. Dorsett an 84-yard scamper. And so the Cowboys 24, Philadelphia 14, 13 minutes and 2 seconds left to go in the game.
And Greg Landry brings out the Lions as they smell a chance to go ahead in this football game. The Lions have yet to win on the road this season. Leonard Thompson flying inside the 10-yard line. Mike McCoy on the tackle, number 29.
He's having a great day right here. Watch the running that Thompson has right here. Again, it's the same play they scored on the other way. Picks his hole, breaks to the outside, gets a first down, picks up about 15 yards on it.
I guess the question is, where has this guy been all season long?
I think so.
First down, Lions at the 8-yard line. Wide left goes J.B. Hill. Wide right, Ray Jarvis. Wide receivers have not figured too much in the Lions' passing attack today. Thompson again. Straight ahead this time. Got to close to the 5-yard line.
Tim, again, here's where the Green Bay defense has got to come to life. They've got to change this momentum around. They've got to get it going the other way. They've got to dig in here and stop, and they're right in the mud hole down there. They've got to do it.
There's some muddy hand-holding going on down there. Part of the defensive team's routine for the Green Bay Packers. A little show of unity. Come on, guys, dig in. It is 2nd and goal. The Lions smell that goal line here. King and Leonard Thompson, the running backs. Again, it's Thompson. He's stopped right in the backfield by Dave Roller, number 74.
He's playing a whale of a ball game today.
No gain on the play. He got just to the line of scrimmage, and that was only by stretching out because Roller actually hit him ankle high in the backfield. 3rd and goal.
If they stop him here, we may have a sudden death game on our hands. All right.
5:37 remaining in regulation time. 3rd and goal. The ball just outside the 5. Now Green Bay. Pitch out, Thompson. Good block, but good coverage. He stopped at the 3-yard line. One good block, and he cut inside it well, but Jim Carter, number 50. Fred Carr, number 53. 4 Packers in on the tackle. Let's get the other 2. Good defensive work. Buchanan, number 28, and Butler, 77.
They're going. Are they going for the touch? They're going for the touchdown.
The ball is on the 3-yard line. Timeout called by the Lions.
They're going after the win, I'll tell you.
The ball is just outside the 2-yard line, about the 2.5. And they are taking timeout. I'm sure Tommy Hudspeth wants to make sure that everybody understands their role on this play. 4th down and goal. Well, Sunday, December 25th, everybody knows it's Christmas Day. It's also Fiesta Bowl Day. Tom Addy, Lindsey Nelson, and I will be down having our Christmas Fiesta in Tempe, Arizona. Penn State against Arizona State should be an exciting game. Those Western teams play that wide-open, exciting football, and you've got that tough, grinding Penn State club with always great defense. They keep churning out those linebackers like no other school in the country. The Sun Bowl the following weekend on the 31st of December. That's a Saturday. Stanford and LSU, 2 8-3 teams. And Stanford with one of the really exciting quarterbacks in Guy Benjamin. That's also here on CBS as the bowl season begins. And then, of course, the biggie, January 2nd, a Monday, the Cotton Bowl. Unbeaten Texas against the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Lindsey Nelson, Paul Hornung, Don Crickey, Joe Alexander will all be on hand to bring that one to you right here on CBS. I think Pat Brookier at the Sun Bowl, if I recall.
I think so.
Correctly. That's Summerall and Tom Brookshire. Okay.
I'll tell you, this is a big play, and it's a gutty play. And
what do you think? What would you do? Would you kick it here?
I'd kick the field goal.
Would you take the tie? 4:52 to play.
That's right. A lot of time left in the ball game.
Well, but 4th and goal. Kane and Hubbard are the running backs.
That's why I'm up here, and he's down there calling him.
And the Pack stopped him. Johnny Gray was there. I believe it was Marv Hubbard, the ball carrier.
Defense on Green Bay's got to be proud of themselves right here, Tim. Again, you can see the aggressiveness of this team. They knock them right back in there, the offensive players, right back in there. Johnny Gray comes up, makes a tackle, and they are one excited ball club.
Well, it might have been Rick Kane. We apologize. It's just so hard to see those jerseys. They brought in 2 new backs, but it doesn't really matter because no matter who it was, they were stopped cold. A loss of a yard on the play by an inspired Green Bay defense, and the score remains 10-7. Now what the Lions must do is exert that tough defense of theirs and try and get the ball right back.
And you know Detroit's going to come after him defensively right here. And
what a hit on Barty Smith. you see his head pop back?
I told you they were going to come, and they really
Oh,
did.
my goodness.
Here's a great shot right here coming here. You can see the hit that Barty Smith gets right here.
Jim Mitchell, number 83.
Watch him get hit. Boom. Those are the kind that hurt, Tim.
Well, there's
really
Mitchell.
do.
It wasn't Mitchell who put the pop on him. It must have been Ed O'Neill, the middle linebacker, number 55. He's been hitting all afternoon. He has been an outstanding performer for the Lions defensively. 2nd and 9. Trying to break Simpson out, and those Lions won't let him out.
No way. This is a good defense. Let me tell you, a lot of people have a lot of respect for this team right here.
They have to, and I'm so impressed by their performance in a game like this. They're both playing this like it's a championship game.
I tell you what.
And it has just been an exciting game.
It has.
Grinding and hitting. We've had a couple of fists thrown, and they're really working hard out there, earning their money today. 3rd down, 4 to go for the Pack. Big play here. Ten to 7, Green Bay leads it. Barty Smith has the first down. Flag is down. I mean, he threw that flag. The back judge flew that flag all the way down the line of
penalty on
scrimmage.
Green Bay, I think.
Holding is the signal.
Oh, boy.
Against the Packers. And the crowd doesn't like it. Nearly 50,000 in here today, and this.
And they're all hanging in
weather,
here,
you
too.
bet. Nobody's leaving. A few of them left when they were up 10-0.
They're going to have to come back in and see it because this game's not over. Detroit's right in there. And when you make mistakes like this is the thing that's killing them.
Offense, 88, holding. 3rd down.
Bert Askson, the tight end, called for holding, and he was taken out immediately, and Rich McGeorge is now in at tight end for Green Bay.
You know, that's 9 penalties, Dave, for Green Bay for 80 yards, Tim. That's a lot of penalties. That kills a lot of drives.
3rd down, back to about 8.5 to go. So the Lions could be right back in here. Smith is stacked up right at the line of scrimmage. The right side of that defensive line, Mitchell and English. The linebackers getting in on the play as well. And so the Packers will have to punt. And the Lions are not out of this yet. 3:13 to go.
Well, listen, even if they get the punt here, they're going to be in good field position. If they only move down another 10 or 15 yards from where they catch the ball, they're in field goal range. But you're going to see a tight formation here because he's backed up in the end zone. And you know that Detroit's going to be coming after this punt. They blocked the last one. That's the first one that has been blocked against Green Bay this year. So they know it's going to be a tough position to be in. They've got to hold those guys out. And that gives time enough for that receiver to catch the ball, to get some good field position and have some running room.
The Packers have to call timeout. I think they're short a man. Jim Gaino, the linebacker, was signaling furiously to the bench about something, whether the way they were lined up against the rush or whether they were short a man or whatever, but it caused them to take a timeout.
No,
Delay a game. Delay a game called against the Packers. They just didn't get it moving in time, and so they're back even farther, inside the 5 at about the 3. Beverly standing deeper in the end zone.
He's going to be right at the back of that line.
Again, there's Gaino directing traffic. They obviously don't want to get this thing blocked in there. Gaino may have been just as well to take the delay of game. Make sure that they were lined up properly for blocking assignments. Beverly is going to take the safety. Beverly's going to take the safety. And so it makes it 10 to 9 with 2:36 to go.
10 to 9. I tell you, that could have been a good decision. I think it was. Here's where this is what a coach gets paid to do. He says he knows that the 9 points, a 2-point there will not lose the game for him. They're going to get it out to the 20-yard line. They have a free kick that'll put them down there, and they're going to put a lot of pressure on the defense here. But Bart Starr has a confidence in his defense. Let's see what happens.
This is going to be a most interesting finish.
I tell you.
A most interesting finish. Free kick for the Packers coming up at the 20-yard line following the safety. 10 to 9, the score stands. And the Lions with lots of time. I mean, they've got the 2-minute drill coming up, 2:36 to play in regulation time. And a field goal can win it for them.
I don't know.
Well, when this
we had some calls here today that I'm glad I'm not coaching, I'll tell you.
When this game is over, and overtime is going to be a little bit tougher to come up with now, we'll be going right to the Mixed Team Golf Championship from Largo, Florida. And you're going to see a lot of great players. Jerry Pate, Lee Truvino, Curtis Strange, one of the fine young men on the tour. Among the women, Hollis Stacy, Nancy Lopez. So many more. Carol Mann, Judy Rankin. Coming up here on CBS, following our football telecast. So Beverly takes the safety on the instructions of Coach Bart Starr, and that means it is 10 to 9, and Beverly will punt it, a free kick from the 20-yard line. And it comes down, bouncing past Eddie Payton. Now he has it at the 35, and he is hit right there. Oh, look at those Packers all over him.
I'll tell you.
He's knocked back to the 25. Steve Wagner and Jim Culbreth, the first two to get him. Number 21 Wagner, number 31 Culbreth.
Now the pressure is on Landry to get him in field goal position. A clipping penalty besides. They're really moving him back.
The crowd comes alive here. Chance to warm up their hands. A 51-yard free kick and a penalty against the Lions.
We got a fired up Green Bay.
On the run back, Detroit, number 87, clipping.
Bill Larson called for clipping on the run back, and Eddie Payton, having that ball bounce by him, cost him 10 yards. And then they get the clipping tacked on. They're back at the 15. First down, Lions. Leonard Thompson hit by Steve Luke. The safety coming up and dropping him for a loss at the 10.
We got a fired up Green Bay team right now.
Another flag down. Well, this has turned into a penalty-infested fourth period. Packers have been very good in that department. I think 2 penalties in their last 2 games. This one's against the Lions, however. Referee Fred Silva explaining it on the field.
I didn't see what happened there, did you? I don't know what they got going.
There was a loss on the play on the tackle by Luke. Holding declined by the Pack. Tony Dorsett for Dallas today, 184 yards and 18 carries. Took one 84 yards for a touchdown.
Wow.
Dallas leading Philadelphia 24-14 in the fourth period. Second down. 15 yards to go, 14 yards to go, let's call it. 2:18 on the clock. Lions have got to get it downfield. Landry complete. Fred Carr on the tackle with help from Luke. A gain of about 8-9 yards on the play. Horace King was the man who caught the ball coming out of the backfield. And it is third down, 8 yards to go for the Detroit Lions. And we have reached the 2-minute warning with the Green Bay Packers clinging to a 10-9 lead. The Lions have got to get the first down.
Tony Dorsett averaging a little more than 10 yards a carry now, thanks to that club record 84-yard scamper. He had gone 77 against St. Louis, and Dallas leading handily 24-14, and Efren Herrera ready to kick off. The Eagles trying to regroup, and it'll be Montgomery from the goal line. Behind the wedge, gets out to the 20. Benny Barnes brings him down at the 23. For years, they said there was one degree that Dallas missed, and that was that breakaway back, the guy who could break it open. Well, they have that ingredient now.
Yes, they have. They look long and hard for it. They've had some good backs here, including one of them across the way, Don Perkins, who was a good back here, but never have they had the breakaway speed. Dwayne Thomas was the closest they had to it, I guess. And, of course, Dwayne, they didn't keep him here very long.
Preston Pearson, who is a great story in himself, has carried prior to today just once in the last 2 games. So Dorsett is just taking over at that position now.
Little by little, game by game.
1st and 10 from the 23. On a draw to Mike Hogan, Randy White takes him down. Bob Brunig on top. For the Eagles, they have to be a little demoralized right now. They have been so close. They were down 7-0 and tied. They were down 14-7 and tied. They gave up a field goal. But now an 84-yard run by Dorsett, and you can feel a sag as you look down there in the Philadelphia Spirits. But
on the other hand, this is where you see whether you're well coached or not. You see the character of the team. And look at Tony. He's kind of happy about that.
Oh, I should say. 2nd and 8 from the 25. Martin trying to come in on the right side, and the pass will be no good. It was caught by Charlie Smith, but he was out of town.
Did not have both feet in bounds. Could not keep both of them. The official right on the spot there.
So Jaworski, who has thrown for 2 touchdowns to Mike Hogan and to Harold Carmichael, he is 13 for 24, good for 154 yards.
Another thing, Jaworski has thrown for a touchdown, at least 1 touchdown pass in the last 10 games for the Eagles.
By the way, we have another footnote on Tony Dorsett as we look at this. Minnesota coming back now, 24-21 in the 4th. They were down 24-0.
That's not easy to do against that 49er defense either.
3rd and 8 on the 25 for the Eagles. 24-14 Dallas. 12 minutes left to go in the game. Look out, Harvey Martin. Oh! Harvey Martin. And that's his 23rd sack. What a year for Harvey Martin.
Did he storm in there with an inside rush? I've been watching it all day, and Stan Waters has been had a little game on.
Harvey asked for the ball, and they have given it to him. And he's going off the field with the ball. And that's an all-timer for a lineman.
Yes, sir.
Harvey Martin.
He's a frenzied type player.
He doesn't want to be called too mean. They have now come up with Martinized, so he takes you to the cleaners.
Had the little game on, and someone didn't pick it up. Don't know how they blocked that. Sometimes they use zone blocking on those twists. Sometimes you use man for man. But either way, Harvey Martin put the lid on it.
Spike Jones kicking to Tony Hill, who takes it inside the 45. And Hill hit by Tortolo, brought down by Franklin, shy of midfield. One other note while we have a moment. With his run of 84 yards, Tony Dorsett has now broken the Dallas record for rushing in one game. The previous record was 153 by Calvin Hill. It's a big day for the Cowboys. They're leading 24-14.
Game on these 2 squads, and most of those performed in the Rose Bowl at Pasadena. Washington will be there this year against Michigan. Here's the kick by Septian. Rick Jennings on the 2, out to the 10. To the 20, 25, to the 30, a good run back point. He's to his 31, 32-yard line. And going down to make that tackle, there's Septian, the man that did the kicking off. Downfield to make the tackle was Bob Tiffeneri, the linebacker. There's the story of the Ram drive. Capoletti capped it off, and now it's the Raiders' ball on their own 32-yard line. They moved the ball on the ground, but not in the air. 2 minutes to go in the 1st period. Stabler will put it up. And he throws it, and it's complete to Biletnikoff, who skipped out of bounds. You've seen that one 100 times.
You have. Oftentimes he comes off to a secondary receiver, who it is that happens to be on the sideline. Oftentimes Biletnikoff. This time, however, he didn't have that option. The pass rush was sufficient to make him throw the ball swiftly. Biletnikoff made a good catch, and they do have it moving.
Fred needs 7 more receptions now to become the number 4 receiver in National Football League history. That's the first completion from Stabler to the receiving machine, Biletnikoff. Now look at his outfit. He has the sleeves cut short. He has the stickum all over his hands. He has look at his knees. He has the pants pulled up above the knees to get freedom there. Look at the stickum on his socks. That's where he gets it. This guy comes out, they just wind him up, and all he does is receive the football, and he uses every measure to do it.
Old ragtag. He's the guy responsible for getting 24 balls in the game.
2nd down and a foot to go. Van Egan powers for the first down. So it'll be Oakland's ball, first down on their 44-yard line. Mark Van Egan came into this game the #1 rusher in the American Conference. He needs 89 more yards, that is, into this game, to reach 1,101 yards, which would make him the top single rusher in Oakland history. Out it goes. It's complete to Casper, the tight end. He's up in it, but not until he has a first down. Pat Thomas upset Casper, who had just caught his 42nd pass of the year.
And just a superb play by Stabler. Sometimes it's a quarterback who allows the receiver to get open by not putting his attention on the receiver until the last moment when he throws it to him. Now you can see Casper's out there. Stabler comes back. It's a little play-action pass to freeze the linebackers. He's able to do that. Youngblood can't keep up with Casper, and he picks up a first down.
First down Raiders on the Ram 43. Van Egan outside. He's not going anywhere. He's belted out of bounds by Billy Simpson of Michigan State. Simpson and Almendorf are a tough pair. They're up there in the top 4 of tackles. Many coaches don't like their safety men to make the tackles, figuring the linemen and linebackers should make them, but these fellows come up hard.
Well, when you have a strong safety man that's as good as a Simpson is, you allow him to get into the force action a lot. That's why he has made a lot of tackles. It really takes the burden off the linebackers. It allows them to fill their own holes and play good secondary and watch the pass, and that's why a guy like Simpson's invaluable.
Second down 7. Davis shoots it. Great catch. Clarence Davis ripping away. Davis has a first down on the Ram 26. Caught from behind by Jack Reynolds. Ball's a little behind him. Davis curled it in. A marvelous catch by him.
Well, I'll tell you, a little behind him is no problem to Clarence Davis. He's got him beat in the linebacker situation. They've been working on linebackers all day long. He's got Jack Reynolds beat by just a step. That's enough. They pick up a first down. They've got it on the 22-yard line.
26-yard line was Spotter John.
26.
Yeah, first down. I'll move him around too. First down for the Raiders. Pete Banaszak has entered the lineup. They like him. Short yardage, down around the goal line. A flex player. He's been with this club 12 years. There's the gun ending the first period of the Los Angeles Coliseum. The Rams are leading the Raiders 7-0.
For Harvey Martin, as you see, he breaks George Andre's Cowboy record of sacks. He had 22. This is his third of the day to give him 23. Also, another fellow who we'll remember today, Tony Dorsett, has rushed for 184 yards, breaking Calvin Hill's Cowboy record of 153. And Tony has also tied Dwayne Thomas for most touchdowns rushing with 11. And he figures to break that before the year is out. First and 10, the ball at midfield. Drew Pearson in motion. Staubach to Newhouse, grabbed by Art Toms by the ankle, and then they bend him backwards. That's one of those two linemen get you and make a wish.
You run north and I'll run south. We'll see how the ball carrier comes.
Yeah, that's one thing. You might be leading. It might be called a comfortable lead, but you still have to go into that pile.
Yes, sir. Now it's interesting to see that the Dallas Cowboys have the killer instinct that sometimes I think they lack. And there's Dwayne Thomas.
So Dwayne on
he's still
hand.
number 1. In his own mind, he's still number 1.
Well, he better be number 1 A and B. It's an entry. Staubach looked and looked, and then finally went down. Art Toms, number 80, making his presence felt in the middle of that. So it is 3rd and 9, and Preston Pearson comes in along with Golden Richards. Robert Newhouse goes out. We have 10 minutes and 32 seconds left to go in the ball game. Cowboys 24 and the Eagles 14. It was 14-7 halftime Dallas, and it got to 14-14, 17-14 Dallas, and now the Cowboys are leading by 10 thanks to that 84-yarder by Tony Dorsett. 3rd and 9 for Staubach out of the shotgun. And it is picked off by Randy Logan. That's his second interception of the day. Logan is still on his feet and still in bounds at midfield. and finally dragged down at the 40 and looked like he was going to go.
Does that tell you a little bit about the character of the Eagle team? I'm convinced. O'Neill's got them headed in the right direction, and look out from here on out.
So Randy Logan finally brought down by Billy Joe Dupre.
There from the end zone, a little blitz on that time, which they didn't, well, they always send one person on passing situations. Beautiful reception here. And a fine job of running, too. Not necessarily in the right direction, but he should have headed upfield there. You see, broke the tackle, but very determined. And the Cowboys don't seem to be too anxious about tackling him.
So the Eagles have it 1st and 10 on the Cowboy 38. Carmichael is right. Smith is left. Play action fake to Sullivan. And Randy White throws it and caught by Charlie Waters. So he threw it away, and Charlie Waters intercepted it.
Oh, the inexperience came out there, didn't it? If you're going to ground it, go ahead and ground it. But don't risk an interception there. It could have been worse. That could have gone for a touchdown. Jaworski can't find anybody open downfield. Got the strong rush there by Randy White. Throw it down. Not out there. Not around Charlie Waters. His 3rd interception of the season.
He was trying to find Mike Hogan, and instead Waters takes it back. So back-to-back interceptions by Logan, and then Waters, and Dallas has it 1st and 10 on their own 47, leading 24-14.
Time, Detroit Lions, 3rd down, 8 yards to go. The ball is at their own 18-yard line. They are trailing by a point, 10-9, as the Pack gave up the safety. They were leading 10-7, punting from their end zone, gave up the safety, the free kick, and a penalty drove the Lions deep into their own end, where they are now. Kane and King, the running back. Landry, almost intercepted by Fred Carr, intended for Horace King at his 4th down. Had he caught the ball, he would not have made 1st down yardage. Carr was right behind him. And the Lions punting unit comes on the field.
You want me to go downstairs?
So Summers will punt, we think. Willard Harrell waiting for it at midfield at about the 47 of Detroit. 1:56, as you can see, remaining to play. Summers standing on his 2. Good kick by Summers. Excellent. Driving Harrell back. He fumbled the ball, but recovers it. And boy, you know he'll just hold on. Ho, heart stopped beating in Green Bay as Harrell dropped the ball, but then smothered it at his own 43-yard line. Good punt by Wilbur Summers. But the Packers have the ball with 1:46 to play. Dave Roller, what a day he's had. And I think just as important inspirationally along that defensive front 4 as much as he has contributed with his own play. A 45-yard punt by Summers. Remember, we'll be going to the mixed team golf championship from Largo, Florida at the end of our telecast. 1st down. David Whitehurst brings out the pack. Simpson and Smith. That is Barty Smith, number 33. Picking up about 3 on the play. Well, less than that. Let's call it 2. Middle of that front 4 of the Lions, putting the stop on them. English, Orvis. Linebacker Charlie Weaver, number 59. Whitehurst comes over to consult with Bart Starr. 1:33 remaining. Timeout called by the Packers, and so it remains Green Bay 10, the Detroit Lions 9.
Kurt Gowdy, John Brody taking you to the 2nd period. 78 yards for the Raiders. Total offense 63 for the Rams, and the Rams have the lone score. It is now 2nd and 7. Raiders on the Ram 22. That's Carl Garrett in motion. Right over the middle. Right off Garrett's hands. A little high, but it hit him in the hands, and he might have walked in.
Well, I think what happened more than anything, Kurt, is Garrett thought the ball was coming a little swifter than it was. Stabler intended to go to Casper down the field. He saw Garrett come open late, made an excellent throw. You can see Garrett go up. He just short-armed it a little. little bit. That's what makes the Stabler great. Garrett would love to have another try at that ball.
Garrett's out. Now 3 wide receivers are on. Branch, Bradshaw, Biletnikoff. Mike Ciani was deactivated today. He has an injured foot and will not be playing. They're putting Bradshaw and Biletnikoff on the same side. 5 backs in for the Rams. Rod Perry's on the field. They rush him, and he heaves it away. They had a strong rush on him.
Stabler had nobody within about 20 yards of that ball, Kurt, and you can make a mistake in the official rule that he did. He was going to get his lunch eaten, and it doesn't do you any good to have the ball when that happens.
Jack Youngblood was the man that reached him and hurt him. And here's the veteran Earl Mann, who leads the AFC in points scored, 83. He has hit 17 out of 22 field goals. 12 out of 13 inside the 40. Oh, this is going to be a 39-yard attempt for Earl Mann. The wind is not a factor. David Humm is holding. And the kick is blocked by the Rams. Pat Thomas blocks the kick. Number 27, the youngster of Texas A&M. He blocked it. He's a Texan all the way. Born, brought up, still living there. He used to be the captain of the Texas A&M team.
And Earl Mann waits as long as he possibly can wait. He gets the ball off possibly a little late. Thomas not only blocks it, but gets up in time to make an excellent play on the ball. That's the 4th big play that LA's made in the game against Oakland, not making any.
Earl Mann, where'd he come from? You're right, big plays. The Rams have had them. The Raiders haven't yet. 7-0. Rams will put the ball in play under 23. We're going to have Matuzak, Rowe, Toomey, the front 3. We have no word. We're going to try and find out what's the matter with Otis Sistruck. We'll talk more about that game next Saturday between the Steelers and the Bengals. Saturday afternoon, that's right. Pro football, Saturday, 1 o'clock Eastern time. Running out of the eye, McCutcheon's to the 29-yard line of the Rams. He's tackled by Monty Johnson. Pick up a 6 for Larry. Let's check his yardage. 34 yards. And we met the man that he's out to surpass as the all-time rusher, Dick Bass. He is doing, with Dick Enberg, the radio broadcast for the Rams. This is 2nd down, 4 yards. Flags are down, and a mess of it looked like in the Ram backfield.
It was. I do believe they will refuse the penalty. 3rd down and 4 is no cinch down to make. Otherwise, it would be 2nd and 9. The only time that Oakland has effectively stopped L.A., they fumbled a punt. And so they've had a lot of time to play defense so far in this first half.
McCutcheon now has 998 yards in the season. The next 2 will put him over the 1,000 yards.
Illegal motion, offense, number 30.
That's on McCutcheon. Motion penalty. McCutcheon entering today's game 168 yards in back of Dick Bass. He'll almost certainly pass him this season as the all-time Ram ground gainer. We have now a 2nd down and 9. They spread out in front of Hayden. Hayden now throws on the run. Gets it out to McCutcheon, who has a 1st down. Hayden throws the ball on the run very well, which makes him dangerous.
In order for a quarterback to be able to throw the ball on the run, he has to break contain. That's exactly what he did. He got Larry McCutcheon on the linebacker, Willie Hall. When you're able to do that as a quarterback, it gives you 3 or 4 extra seconds. You can always find a back coming around, picking up the slack. He hit him on the dead run, and those are big plays.
I asked Pat, he is going back to Oxford. He has 6 months more, another semester at Oxford. He's going back in January and finish up in June with his Rhodes Scholarship education. Here's the bomb. That one is nearly intercepted. Not quite. It was intended for Billy Waddy. That's the rookie, Lester Hayes, trying to feel that one over his shoulder going away, but he couldn't get to it.
Well, I tell you, Jack Tatum is no dope. He was back there helping Lester Hayes, allowing Lester to play him deep all the way. Jack was taking the inside. You can see it on your screen as well as I can. The ball was just thrown over everyone's head. That was good secondary coverage.
Now, John, the Raiders get 4 men in their front wall. They bring Sistrunk in to join Toomey, Rowe, and Matuzik. They'll have a 4-man rush. They want a better pass rush against Hayden with 2nd down 10. But Hayden, I ask you, what he would do after his Oxford education? Well, then I think I'll go to law school. This man's going to be the most educated fellow in the world.
I think basically he's a football player.
Right. 2nd and 10. Reverse. Cappelletti. Flags are down. Cappelletti is caught for a loss with Toomey. Notice how quick the veteran Toomey is. 248, but he moves laterally, and he chased Cappelletti right across the field.
Well, as Pat was discussing earlier with me, he said, you know, I've really had a luxury because I've been able to come in on 3rd downs when everyone else was a little tired. Now, when Otis Sistrunk gets hurt, and you see him in there, he is playing the first time today. He does make a fine play by penetrating, getting Cappelletti to jump the pack, allowing Toomey to pick up the slack. Anyway, Toomey was saying, now I've got to play all 4 downs, and I get just as tired as the man in front of me, and it does make it a little tougher.
Number 75, not lined up on the line. Offense declined.
John Williams, the right tackle, wasn't up on the line. The rules say you must have at least 7 men on the line of scrimmage, and the Rams had only 6. Williams forgot where the line of scrimmage was. The penalty's been declined by the Raiders. It is 3rd down and 10 to go. Sistrunk has moved to left end now. 3rd and 10 for the Rams from their 42. They get to him. There's a penalty marker down. Toomey hit him from behind as he let the ball go. Cappelletti made a near miraculous catch, and this is holding against Los Angeles. They had a real, that's the fiercest pass rush the Raiders have had. They had 3 or 4 men penetrating.
And it's
number 77, offense, holding, decline.
Doug France was holding, and they declined that penalty. So the Rams are stalled and will kick the ball away. Glenn Walker comes in. And let's see how Rick Jennings does. The last time his fumbled punt return set up the Ram touchdown. This time he's on the 15.
He's given him 50 yards. He is 50 yards down from the line of scrimmage.
The kick is coming to Jennings on the 17. Trying to get some blocks to the 20, goes down to the 22. The Rams have allowed the opponents only 4 yards a punt return this year. Now before the Raiders go to the attack, we'll take a timeout. The Rams are still in front, 7-0.
And so let's look at that interception again as Ron Jaworski shows the inexperience. The reason he has thrown so many interceptions this year. It'll come with experience. That's his 20th of the season.
That's Tony Dorsett carrying across midfield. The Cowboys had it 1st and 10 on their own 47, so Dorsett picks up a couple. Just prior to that handoff, he had rushed for 184 yards. So Dorsett having a big day, and of course he has the outstanding run of the day, an 84-yard touchdown run that would appear to have broken the ball game open.
And unlike Walter Payton, he doesn't have to carry the ball 40 times a game, and it should last a lot longer in the league.
2nd and 6 from the Eagle 49. Staubach pitching to Dorsett, and Dorsett goes down. Art Toms has him by the knees. How many times now that Dorsett will be called on to carry? Dorsett has caught 3 passes, and he has carried 20 times.
And again, Philadelphia not giving up. Look at the pursuit there. Art Toms coming in and looking pretty well to me.
Cincinnati knocks off Kansas City 27-7. That's a final.
Cincinnati finally getting their act together after such a slow start.
3rd and 6. The ball on the 49. Out of the shotgun. Burnham putting on a little heat, but he dumps it and gets it off to Preston Pearson. And Pearson goes down, but not before he picks up the 1st down inside the Eagle 40.
Could you tell he had been a basketball player in college? Look at all the bobbing and the pick and rolls. Oh, you see him do it so often. Watch Preston Pearson, who did not play college football, as everybody knows, who did play basketball at Illinois. And look, rolling there and rolling back again.
Preston, of course, played 3 years with Baltimore, 5 with Pittsburgh. He's got 11 years of experience tucked away. And he gets the first down. The Cowboys have it 1st and 10 on the Eagle 39. 7 minutes, 45 seconds left in the game. Staubach on a draw to Dorsett. And he's across the 35. LeMaster hanging on for dear life.
He just brings you to the edge of your seat when he gets his hands on the ball, because any second.
Anthony Dorsett, one of the many stories down here in Dallas. A reminder, our CBS Sports Spectacular on Saturday, December 17th. We have the WBC World Welterweight Championship, Palomino versus Palacios, the 1977 National Hot Rod Association World Championship, the U.S. Professional Arm Wrestling Championship, and the World's Strongest Men. All coming up Saturday, December 17th on the CBS Sports Spectacular. 2nd and 5 from the 34, Robert Newhouse. Shaken up on that play in a head-to-head collision was Bill Berge. And Berge on his knees. He met Newhouse head on. He's okay, but you could hear some music.
Maybe Bill Berge knew what he was talking about when he said the Dallas Cowboys were the best team in football. And he didn't say divided conferences either. He said the best team in football.
Berge really took a lick. It was just a head-on collision between Berge and Newhouse, but Newhouse had the impetus, and Berge lost that one. So Charlie Johnson was wiped out early and was sent to the pits. Vince Papali has a bruised shoulder, and now we see Bill Berge shaken up on that head-to-head collision with Robert Newhouse. Berge suffering an injury apparently around the right eye, maybe the eyebrow.
And you can just know he's going to be back in the ball game as soon as he gets that repaired.
3rd and 2 from the 31. Dorsett with Herbert Scott leading the way, and he has a couple. Herbert Scott, number 68, threw a good block on Terry Totolo, the middle linebacker for Frank LeMasters, and that picked it up.
Scott, not particularly having a great season, has had a fine day today.
He's got a hamstring, I think.
Yeah, he's been trouble with injuries all year.
So a fine block by Herbert Scott, the guard who pulled. John Fitzgerald, by the way, remember he left the ball game, and Alex was explaining about what problems that could be to the line. Well, he's okay and back in there at center, although he limps noticeably as he gets over the ball. 1st and 10 from the 27 for Dallas, leading 24-14 with 5:30 left in the game. Staubach gets it to his man, and his man is Newhouse. And Newhouse gets down inside the 15. A great effort by Robert Newhouse.
It was that indeed. Not known for his pass catching abilities, Bob Newhouse did a fine job that time. Roger Staubach with just so much time. They double Toms, as you see. Well, they're doubling everybody. Look at the spin.
Interesting to watch a lineman. On that play, Manny Sistrunk thought Staubach has got so much time he must have delivered the ball. And as Sistrunk came back off the line to go deep, Staubach still was holding the ball.
A great point, and you're totally accurate as usual, Ben Scully.
1st and 10 from the 14. 4:50 left in the game. Anthony Dorsett, nowhere. Who do you think made the tackle? The guy who was injured just a moment ago, double sixes, Bill Berge.
As long as I'm out here, I might as well make the tackle.
Yep.
Let's watch him again. He's just a joy to watch play. Nobody blocked him that time. A missed assignment somewhere.
There's a flag on the play, so here's the call.
Illegal procedure. Dallas.
So illegal procedure against Dallas. Unofficially, that would be, I believe, the 7th penalty charged against Dallas. The Eagles have been penalized 4 times. Dallas lost a touchdown on 1 penalty, but they were able to regroup. 4 minutes and 46 seconds left to go. Roger Staubach, a nice afternoon for him. 13 out of 26 for 143 yards and 1 touchdown.
Credit whoever you want to for the imagination of the Cowboy offensive plan, but It's working nicely.
I want to check the yardage, too. Make it 193 yards for Staubach passing. Anthony Dorsett just running by people. He got by Sistrunk and he got by Berge, and only shy of the 10-yard line, Mihalik finally got him.
Isn't he something?
Oh, marvelous.
Let's watch it. There's Herbert Scott again. That's also Tom Rafferty, both pulling out there in front. No, that's just poor tackling. Poor tackling by the Eagles that time.
Yeah, he busted Berge. That's over 200 yards now. Dorsett has carried 23 times for 206 yards. What a show he's putting on. 2nd and 6 from the 10. Uh-oh, fumble. Loose ball, Eagles recovered. And the Eagles recover, and it's LeMaster who recovered it at the 10-yard line.
Take a look at it. He never had control of the ball there. He pulls away. It's impossible to determine whose fault that is, and I don't think even Roger or his center knows.
So LeMaster recovers the fumble, and Fitzgerald is still on the field. Fitzgerald was hurt again. This is the second time that John has been banged up. Fitzgerald is part of the Irish Mafia, along with Rafferty and Donovan down here, but he's hurting today. 24-14 Dallas, 3:50 left.
Detroit now has one timeout left with 1:33 remaining. Second and a little more than 7 to go. The ball at the 45-yard line. Whitehurst back in after his discussion with Bart Starr. Packers lead it 10-9. They have not won a game at home. They have won only twice all season. They want this badly for their very loyal Green Bay fans. The Lions, who have just played them so tough all afternoon long, they've yet to win on the road. They're 5-6 on the season. They found a running back in Leonard Thompson to go with the rest of their backs. Great performance today by wide receiver in his first start at running back. Second down play. Nate Simpson is hit right at the line of scrimmage. You cannot say enough about this Detroit Lions defense. They have been outstanding all day long, and they take their final timeout with 1:26 on the clock, and that's how it stands, with Detroit now in desperate straits.
The secondary man got up, made a big play. Monty Jackson turns an interception into a 35-yard return. LA's got the ball on the 26-yard line, threatening to score again, and Oakland has got to come up with something if they're going to stop it.
Monty Jackson intercepted 10 passes last year to lead the National Football League. They haven't been throwing his way this year, but Stabler did that time, and it cost him. Running out of the eye, a short yard, and that's it for Lawrence McCutcheon. Now he needs another yard for 1,000 on the season. The Rams are on the 24-yard line of the Raiders. He does have 1,000. They give him 2 yards on that, so 1,000 yards. That's 4 times in the last 5 years for McCutcheon. The one year he didn't make it, he wound up with 911 yards, and they held him out of the last game of the season. 4 down linemen again for the Raiders. 2nd and 8. Cappelletti on the swing outside, and Rice refused to be taken out of there. Floyd Rice, credit him with that play.
He's going to get tested a lot today, but 3 times that I can remember specifically, he's had the best of McCutcheon, who is a good blocker, but he's had the best of him and kept the offense to a no-gain situation. Now it's 3rd and 8. That's tough on a quarterback.
Rice playing well. All the Raiders, they give Rice credit, but they say they miss Villapiano, his leadership, a fiery fellow out on the field. Hayden 4 out of 7. 3rd and 8. He'll throw it. Maybe. Oh, he's jacked. 72, Matuzak with a great charge. That's the 2nd sack for the Raiders.
And you just give credit to the defensive secondary. You notice they have 6 white shirts in that right around the quarterback on this play. The only guy that didn't go is Monty Johnson. It's his job to handle what he can in the middle. Hayden would like to have gone long, had no linebacker help defensively, couldn't find an opening, and you see a big loss.
4th and 21, and the Rams are in punt formation. Rick Jennings, back a safety man. Now time calls. They want a new ball. Glenn Walker will be deep. The wind is no factor. It's a hot day here in December and a smoggy afternoon in L.A.
That was the first mental lapse by the Rams. Now, it is a sin to take yourself out of field goal position, and that's what Hayden did then.
Right down the middle, a high kick. They're going to let this one bounce. The Rams may field this one. They do. It's fielded on the 13-yard line. And here's a holding. We have a holding call against the Rams. Oh, it's Jackie Wallace, number 20 down there. That's the captain of the special teams, Warren Bankston of Tulane, 9-year veteran, National Football League. Special teams years ago, I guess when John Brody first broke in, were a bunch of 11 guys that wanted to go out and hit somebody. Now they have their own captains and their own
they still have 11 want to go out and hit somebody, and a guy like Warren Bankston is really a valuable asset to Oakland now, particularly when they have as many guys who've gone down as they have.
Holding, number 29, offense. Put down.
That holding's on Harold Jackson. Well, Vince Lombardi used to say, show me a man on the special teams, I'll show you a fellow that likes to hit somebody.
I don't think anything's changed there.
They now have a 4th and 31 to go. Rick Jennings is still back on his 10-yard line. Jennings takes it on the 12, and down the 10. It worked out better for the Rams. They gained 3 yards by kicking a second time. Jim Jodat, a rookie from Carthage, reserve running back, went down to cover the kick. So we'll have a timeout now, and Raiders will be deep in their own territory when they come back with a score. Rams 7, Raiders nothing.
At the start of the ball game that John Fitzgerald was banged up. He had a bad knee. He's going to have surgery in the offseason, and that he would not start, and they doubted if he'd even play. But Fitzgerald, a 7-year veteran out of Boston College, insisted on playing. When he was introduced to this crowd of 60,000, he limped out onto the field, but he played. He went down with an ankle injury earlier, came back to play some more, and he has just gone down again and is being helped off the field. So John Fitzgerald, banged up, refuses to sit down.
Say 56 minutes is enough with a torn cartilage.
One other note about Tony Dorsett as we have this moment to pass it to you. Dorsett has rushed for 162 yards in the second half. So he broke the club record in a half.
And that's about what he's been playing of games, too, a half a game.
First and 10 for the Eagles on their own 10. 3:50 left in the game. Gregory almost jumped off sides, and here he comes anyway. And a dump off on the right side to Hogan, and he's going to be swallowed up. And they're going to lose a couple of yards on the play. And number 7, Jaworski, all he saw was 77.
Bill Gregory's a whole lot better football player than most people give him credit for. He's never been a regular, but he's a spot duty and been very valuable to the Cowboys in years past.
So Ron Jaworski, and in checking Jaworski's numbers today, he is 14 for 26 for 152 yards, 2 touchdown passes, 1 interception. 2nd and 12 from the 8, so they lost 2 yards on the play. 3 minutes left in the game. Hogan and Sullivan behind Jaworski, and the backs come out. And the pass, great catch by Sullivan, and again he didn't get back to the line of scrimmage. He's just shy of the 10-yard line, so it'll be 3rd and 11.
Well, it's an impossible situation for a young quarterback, a young team, a relatively young team like the Eagles. Situations like that, playing against a very veteran Dallas Cowboy team, so well schooled, so well rehearsed by that man right there, Tom Landry. What a great job he and his coaching staff do. There's another man, Gil Brandt. What a great job he's done finding talent and developing talent on this Dallas team.
The Dallas club on their way to their 10th win with only 2 losses. And after today, they will go to San Francisco and finish up at home against Denver. That should be quite a meeting. Jaworski with a little time to set up. Intended for Harold Carmichael with Mark Washington and Mel Renfro right there with him. And that will be that, as the Eagles will have to give up the ball. But the big play, I think you look back, the Eagles were very much in the game. It was 17-14, but the Eagles were battling. And then Tony Dorsett ran for 84 yards, and all the air came out of the balloon.
That and a key interception by Jaworski when they could have gotten themselves back into things.
That's right, Charlie Waters.
Yes, sir.
Randy Logan has picked off 2 of Roger Staubach's passes. One eventually led to a touchdown for the Eagles. But it's a Dallas ball game with 2:50 left. Spike Jones getting it out of there. But he was in such a hurry, he almost hit off his knee. Cliff Harris will be spun around, and down he goes. Eric Johnson wrapped him up.
I don't know why Cliff Harris is not a rodeo rider. Great day. Reminds me of Larry Mahan, the things he does.
Bill Gregory tried to block the punt. You see him rolling around like a loose ball. Well, you see.
I think he had a notion of maybe running it this time. Let's see why. Yeah. He intended to run, saw there was nowhere to go. You're not going to fool Dallas in the situation.
Gregory saying, why didn't you run? That's a 31-yard punt for Spike Jones. So the Cowboys put it in play 1st and 10 on the Eagle 43. Leading by 10, trying to get some more. And here's Larry Brinson to the 40-yard line. Backup running back. They're 3 deep in that position with Newhouse, Laidlaw, and Brinson. And Brinson, a rookie out of Florida, carrying.
He was another one of those free agents that the Dallas Cowboys have some way of finding, and they think he's got a great future.
The NFL doubleheader next week. The New York Giants versus Philadelphia. Detroit versus Baltimore. Then you'll have Green Bay, Chicago, Tampa Bay, New Orleans. And then Minnesota versus Oakland. And that's where you and I will be, Alex, and Atlanta versus Los Angeles.
And I am looking forward to getting back out in that West Coast area.
Seeing a left-handed quarterback.
I've never done Oakland. I'm looking very much forward to it.
2nd and 7 from the 40. So there's a 2-minute warning here in Texas, and it is all Cowboys now as they lead the Eagles with 2 minutes left, 24-14.
Well, the pack with 3rd down. 1:26 to play. The Lions need a little help here. They got to get the ball, and they got to do something quickly. There is time, remember. They only trail by a point if they can get the field goal position. Barty Smith, he stopped. Good diving tackle by Lem Barney with help from Herb Orvis. And this Lion defense, it just simply will not quit. They are still playing with the same enthusiasm as when the game started. A bitterly cold day in Green Bay. Credit to both these clubs. It'll be 4th down. Beverly will come in to punt. Eddie Payton is back as the lone receiver. And Beverly taking his time here. 50 seconds, time ticking away. And they're going to get another delay of game the way it's going. The Lions, the way this is going, will be lucky to get 1 play by the time they get the ball. It's down to 39 seconds. Delay of game called against the Packers. Bart Starr said before the game, we're going to run. We think they're going to run. Could be a 9-6 ball game, and I'd be happy to take a 9-6 victory. Well, we've got a 10-9-1 working, and it'll take a small miracle for the Lions with 39 seconds remaining. Beverly now back on his own 30-yard line. Payton at the 23 of Detroit. Just got it away. Good rush by the Lions. Ball goes out of bounds. 32 seconds on the clock. No flags are down for a change. And it'll be 1st down Lions. The ball at their 25-yard line. The December 17th, more boxing action here on CBS, and we've been bringing you a series of great fights. This is the World Boxing Council Welterweight Championship on the Sports Spec, along with the National Hot Rod Association World Championships and other events on Saturday, December 17th. Landry. Pressure. Landry deep. One-on-one coverage, and it's broken up by Mike McCoy. Intended for J.D. Hill. And it's second down with 24 seconds left on the clock. Good work by Landry to elude the rush. We mentioned the other events you'll see on the Sports Spectacular December 17th, the U.S. Professional Arm Wrestling Championships, and the World's Strongest Man, the tug of war, the final edition of the World's Strongest Man. 4 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Central, Saturday, December 17th. Second down. Landry. Incomplete, intended for Rick Kane out of the backfield. To make it Lynn Thompson, number 39, the intended receiver. Couldn't hold it. Ball slightly overthrown. It'll be third down. We're down to 19 seconds left. Tom Matty has gone down to the sidelines, and we're going to join him there. But it's colder down there, Tom.
I'll tell you what, it's cold, but they've got a really exciting sideline right down here. The Packers are really hopped up. They really want this game real bad, Tim. And I think it's a kind of a ball game that you're really proud to see a ball club like this that's come back with a 2-9 record, who's really excited. They got a lot of young kids who are aggressive, and it's a good feeling to be back down here again.
All right, now don't you get out there in the action, Tom. I know how excited you are.
You're lucky you're up in that warm booth. Let me tell you, it's a little chilly.
Penalty against the Lions signal, and some discussion now. Lions have been hurt by penalties all day, and this one may be more symbolic than anything else, taking another one in this situation. Unsportsmanlike conduct called against the Lions, and our microphone on the referee went out. Apparently on the Lions bench, the penalty against the Lions. And so, from way back, Greg Landry makes his last stand. Third down, 19 seconds left. Ball on the 12 of Detroit. Landry is sacked. He is dropped at the 4-yard line by Bob Barber, number 70. Driven into the end zone by Dave Roller and number 78, Ezra Johnson. But while they want that safety, they're not going to get it, as he was knocked back into the end zone by the defensive lineman. 14 seconds left, fourth down, and the punting unit comes on for the Lions. Well, you got to give Landry credit, too, because there's really not a whole lot you can do. They know you're going to throw. The field conditions are awful. Clock ticks off, and this is going to be it. The ball game is over. The Green Bay Packers have clung to a 10-9 victory, their third of the season, their first at home, and the Lions fall to 5-7. The Packers are now 3-9. So Tim Ryan for Tom Matty, saying so long from Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin. After this word from your local station, we'll be taking you to Largo, Florida for the final round of the Mixed Team Golf Championship, where the team of Hollis Stacy and Jerry Pate leads by 1 stroke. The NFL today. Remember, we'll be going to Largo, Florida for the final round of the Mixed Team Golf Championship. Hollis Stacy and Jerry Pate lead by a stroke down there. The NFL Today is a presentation of CBS Sports.
The day. San Francisco led Minnesota 27-0. Now Tommy Kramer's just last 69 to Sammy White for a touchdown, and Minnesota goes out in front 28-27 with 1:38 left to go on that one. Preston Pearson carries inside the 35. We have another note on Tony Dorsett. Only 2 other rookies in NFL history have rushed for 200 or more yards in a game. Jim Brown in 1957 against the Rams rushed 237. And the Rams, Tom Wilson, rushed 232 against Green Bay in 1956. And Tony Dorsett becomes the 3rd rookie to rush for 200 or more yards in a game, and double threes did it today. And Dorsett has rushed for 206. Mentioning Green Bay a moment ago, they have just edged out Detroit to the wire 10-9. 3rd and 1 from the 34, and a fumble. I think Dallas and Staubach recovered, even though the last man holding it will be an Eagle.
And that's another thing I didn't mention about having to change centers. Sometimes the handoff between the quarterback and his regular center will be thrown off a little bit. As you saw, Staubach has fumbled 2 in the last 2 series. Did Fitzgerald go out before the last fumble? I don't remember.
I think Fitzgerald was hurt on the previous fumble. And now Tom Rafferty having trouble. Philadelphia timeout. Don't forget the mixed team championship in golf from Largo, Florida. Hollis Stacy and Jerry Pate were leading Curtis Strange and Nancy Lopez by 3 strokes. And it'll be decided after the ball game, so stay right with it. Larry Marshall and Wally Henry will go deep for the Eagles. The Cowboys in a 4th and 3 with 1:06 left have the ball on the Eagle 36. And, of course, that was the message we gave you earlier. The Cowboys will be home for Christmas. They will entertain here December the 26th.
There's a lot of football player right there. You're looking at Benny Barnes, number 31. Benny Barnes does a great job. Hadn't had 1 single interception, but yet Drew Pearson says he's the best cornerback in football.
Well, that's nice to hear from a teammate. Danny White kicking from midfield. Larry Marshall, Wally Henry standing deep. And time, too much time, charge against the Cowboys, so they'll tack 5 yards on. By the way, in talking about the fact the Cowboys are home for Christmas, on December 26th, the NFC playoffs, East and West, right here on CBS.
You betcha. There's a heck of an athlete, and I wish sometime somebody would get a chance to see him play quarterback, because he can play. Danny White.
Danny White came in a trade for a draft choice to Houston. And that will go out. Now let's see where they mark it. They mark it going into the end zone, so they'll bring the touchback to the 20, and we'll put the ball in play with 59 seconds left to go in the game. The Cowboys leading handily 24-14.
A Ram score. Otis Sistrunk's been in and out today. He's been ailing the last 2 or 3 weeks. Not up to form. Stabler now is operating from his 10-yard line. The first down, he sends Van Egan up the middle. About 3 yards for Mark Van Egan. It'll be 2nd down 7. The other 2 turnovers gave the Rams field position that they couldn't capitalize on.
Oakland's defense has played superbly up to this point in the game, Kurt, and it's really on Oakland's offensive line to move people out of there, allow them to hold on to the ball a little longer and get better field position.
See, Cincinnati won today. We want to talk about that Pittsburgh-Cincinnati game next Saturday afternoon. That's going to be a very key game. I don't know what they're doing here, but they get some yardage out of it. Breaking out of there goes Clarence Davis, and they just picked him up. That looked like a broken play. Davis got the ball, didn't know which way to go.
I'll tell you, he did. The reason he knew which way to go once he made the wrong step, but it was supposed to be to the left side. It was a little pitch to the left. You see Stabler looking around. He's going to throw it out to the left. Davis has gone to the right. He knows he's wrong, and all of a sudden, whoops. Let's keep going, big fella. Looks like we got a little room. He breaks the secondary, and that's the first big play Oakland's had.
Almador hit him from behind right there to save perhaps a touchdown because Davis can move. They should keep that one forever in the playbook. First down, the Raiders on their 45. Now Stabler will throw it. Out it goes. It's completed. Dancing around with the ball and hit on the 49-yard line by Robertson is Cliff Branch. Branch's average is down this year. He had a bad foot all year and an ankle. That's his 27th catch. He's averaged only 16 yards. Usually he's well over 20 yards a reception.
I think most of the reason that some of the receivers for Oakland haven't caught as many balls this year is the style of attack Oakland's used. When Mark Van Egan comes on and is playing as well as he's played, along with Clarence Davis, they've run the ball more, and it's pretty hard for. They only play with one ball out there, so the statistics have to fall for the receivers.
Breaking through is Van Egan. He had the hole that time. And he has a first down for the Raiders. He was tripped up by Bill Simpson, the free safety. And they tripped him up on the 37-yard line of the Rams. So this drive started on the Raiders 10. They're now on the Rams 37. The Rams are ahead 7-0. A little over 8 minutes to play in the first half. Casper goes out. Bankston is in. Intercepted by Jim Youngblood. Hands on the ball and dropped it.
Well, it looked to me, and I can't tell for sure, that Stabler had the ball batted before it got out of that little pile right where he is. And you can see Dreyer coming over. Now, I don't know if he saw it or somebody tipped there. It got tipped at the line of scrimmage, but that ball was moving about 1 mile an hour when it finally got to the point where Youngblood could have picked it off.
Carl Garrett and Van Egan lined up behind Stabler. Second down, 10 for the Raiders. This is Garrett. Garrett at the 35. Stops at the 33. And they close that one up quickly. Bill Simpson hopped on Garrett after a gain of 4. 3rd and 6 facing the Raiders. Final on that Cincinnati game. The Bengals won their 5th of the last 6. They handily defeated Kansas City today 27-7. That sets up their meeting with the Steelers next Saturday. And that could be for...
They win by 6 points. They're in the driver's seat.
That's right.
It's 7.
They'd be tied with the Steelers if they could win. Cliff Branch, that's why the Raiders don't like their receivers crossing over the middle.
Yeah, but both their receivers are able to cross over the middle, Kurt, and that's a good indication of the true value of a receiver. You see Dreyer coming in. He's trying to put some pressure. Shell's doing his job. He's keeping people off of Stabler. Stabler throws the ball. Youngblood's a little late. And Branch comes up with an excellent catch. You see Kenny hanging in there. He's got his lane to throw it in, and that's what makes an outstanding receiver. You don't love to go in the middle, but you will when you have to.
Stabler's attempted 12, completed 5 now. First down, 23-yard line of the Rams. Banaszak to the 20, and he surges forward to the 19-yard line. Pete Banaszak. He is the model for all the Raider backs when the kids come in and they want tough yardage. Say, watch old Pete do it.
He does it out there.
Second down, 6. 10-9, Green Bay leading Detroit in the 4th. 24-14, Dallas over the Eagles in the 4th. Dorsett has 2 touchdowns, one of 84 yards in the game. Tony Dorsett. He can work it. There it is, and it is tipped away. Biletnikoff had a double chance on it. Pat Thomas covered him. No interference on the play.
And Pat Thomas was all alone with Biletnikoff. Very seldom do you see a man in a position where he's got to cover Biletnikoff one-on-one. This kid's come in. It's his first year playing. He's held down that position, and they've been trying to pick on him, but nobody's been very successful.
Boy, here's one for you. Look at this one. At one stage, it was 24-7 San Francisco, and now with 1:38 to go, Tommy Kramer, the rookie, arrives past to Sammy White, 69 yards. The Vikings lead the 49ers 28-27. They're just a game ahead of the Bears. Deep in the corner. It's a touchback, an interception by Monty Johnson. Monty Jackson intercepted. His second interception of the game, and the 4th turnover by the Raiders.
And you see, like Stabler did not realize, I don't believe, that they were in a deep zone. He had a crossing pattern called. You expect him to be man-to-man inside the 20-yard line. Either he misread it or did not see Monty Jackson, who's standing back there waiting. Bradshaw does what he can to break it up. However, Jackson makes a great play, and they've got the ball on the 20 going the other way.
You can see when you pass in his territory, he's going to get some. 10 last year, 2 in this game on interception. So I have a timeout. 5:50 to go in the half. The Rams still leading 7-0.
Left and Smith right. Presley, the tight end, is on the right side. Jaworski, the left side to Sullivan, and he beat Hegman and goes out of bounds for the first down. Mike Hegman defending, and Sullivan just ran it out to stop the clock. First down and a fight on the field. Hold everything.
Well, there would have to be my boy Cliff Harris involved.
It certainly is.
Is it?
You got him right on. Down in there mixing it up with the big boys, and that is certainly no place to be, is the umpire, Al Conway.
He wants to see if anybody's been pinned.
Oh.
Are both shoulders down?
So Cliff Harris involved in a little fracas here at the end. Our producer, Howard Reifschneider, our thanks indeed, and to our director, Duke Struck.
Both did a great job. Both wonderful people.
And not bad little dancers. Associate producer Lee Webb, there's Buck Talley, and so many others who worked so hard to get us on and send the ball game to you. 52 seconds left to go in the game. A few tempers flaring up. 24-14 Cowboys.
Nothing like that spectacle we saw in the St. Louis game the other day, though.
Oh, no.
That was disgraceful.
Did you ever get in a fight when you played Hawk?
Yes, but only briefly. I took my shot and ran.
Put it back to the 19-yard line. Let's get the call.
Personal foul. Here, dead ball foul.
Well, a personal foul against the Eagles. The culprit was not signaled out, however.
We're sure of one thing. It wasn't Conrad Dobler.
Now, look at that. Dallas sitting on top 10-2, but the Cardinals in Washington are 7-5. Washington shut out Buffalo, and the Cardinals were trampled by the New York Giants. And Minnesota, of course, in the shocker of the day, down 24-0, came back to pull it out 28-27. Dallas, of course, in this 1st and 25 situation, the nickel defense to try and stop Jaworski. They've already beaten him. It's just a question now of stopping him. Gregory charging the pass to Sullivan. Bettison trying to block for him, and Sully gets across the 30 as he runs into Renfro just shy of the 35.
The Philadelphia team you're looking at right now has nothing to be ashamed of. They have stayed in the ball game as best they could the entire day. They could bend themselves proud. Yes, sir. They made a lot of good stands. It could have been a lot worse.
I'll be home for Christmas. That's the theme song in Dallas. The Cowboys will be entertaining here the day after Christmas. Right now, the Eagles 2nd and 10 from their own 34. 39 seconds left, so this one is history. Larry Cole trying to get at Jaworski. He dumps it off to Bettison, who's at the 40-yard line. Trip drives forward, still going to shy of the 50. Mark Washington hit him on the 40, and he picked up another 9 yards.
Good job of Mark Washington getting the shot at him, but even better job of Bertelsen keeping his balance. Betterson, excuse me. Watch this. Not lost their poise at all. They know what they can do against the Dallas prevent defense, and they're just staying right with it. I like the coaching job Dick Vermeil has done.
Jack Betterson is a boy who was drafted by Denver last year. He scored 1 touchdown this year for the Eagles for the school at North Carolina. We have 28 seconds left to go in the game. 1st and 10 on the 49, and there are no timeouts left for the Eagles now.
And there's a man that put it all together. Tom Landry. You can't say enough about the guy. He's got a great sense of humor. He's a very direct man, a very matter-of-fact, pragmatic man at that. He's honest about it. When they were 8-0 and people said, are you going to lose? He said, certainly we're going to lose a couple games. We're not that good yet. He said, we're about a year away from being a great football team, maybe even 2.
Well, the Eagles would settle for right now they've got to believe this Dallas ball club is just loaded with talent. With 28 seconds left to go. Carmichael right and Smith left. Jaworski going for the distance, overthrows Carmichael off the hands of Cliff Harris and picked off by Mel Renfro to the 35, to the 40. And the aging veteran goes down at the 42.
That's his second interception in the last 2 weeks. Having a key interception in the Washington game has been such a tribute to this Cowboy organization and what a great player he's been.
14 years he's been in the league out of Oregon. Mel Renfro.
He has been good for football. He has played every position that the Cowboys have asked him to play and played it so well. Played the corner, played the safety, made all-pro at both positions. The years are just about through. They've passed him by. He'll last this one, and I imagine that's it. But what a career he's had.
So Mel Renfro, after that deflection off the hands of Cliff Harris, and the Cowboys finish up with the ball. That's the way it began. They won the toss, and Staubach will just sit down. The Eagles were down 7-0 and tied. They were down 14-7 and tied. Then Herrera kicked a 24-yard field goal, and then the 84-yard run by Dorsett, and that's it. The Dallas Cowboys have defeated the Eagles 24-14, and the Cowboys will be a host team in the playoffs on the 26th, and their record now is 10-2. And for the Eagles, they are 3-9, and on the road they are 1-6. Well, after this word from your local station, we'll be taking you to Largo, Florida for the final round of the Mixed Team Golf Championship. The NFL Today is a presentation of CBS Sports.
We're watching Kenny Stabler sitting over there with David Hump. He knows that he did what he very rarely does. He did not see Monty Jackson standing over there. It's a mistake that Stabler rarely makes, and he can't afford to make many more in this ball game.
The Rams have not made any mistakes giving the ball up. A 5-yard pickup. Cappelletti stopped by Ted Hendricks. The Rams win this game, they'll clinch their division. Not only that, they would clinch a home field site in the opening round of the playoffs. The Dallas Cowboys are winning. The Cardinals lost today. The Cowboys are about in as Eastern Division champs. If they don't lose another game, they would have the home field in the opening round of the playoffs, and if they got by that, the home field in the NFC Championship game. Cappelletti grabbing for that first down, may have it. And the coaches will tell you the home field's important. Not because you're playing on a different field, but the traveling, the control of your traveling plans, your lifestyle, where you're staying, plane trouble, all kinds of things.
And playing on your home field. I know that when you have your fans with you, it's very important, Kurt. It's not the whole of it, as you exposed. Right on the pass play, it looked like it was going to go for a no-gainer. They've got a tough job to do. Rich Saul does an excellent job as a center. He blew David Rowe off the line of scrimmage, allowed the back to pick up 6 yards, and when that happens, take a look at it. Saul's got his hands full handling Rowe, standing right over the front of him. You can see Tom Mack is having one of his fine years, and Greg Horton doing a job up front. That's how those backs pick up that 6 and 7 instead of 1 and 2.
And let's give the offensive centers some real credit when they play against a 3-man line. We'll tell you why in a minute. Hayden, Cappelletti fumbles the ball, and the Raiders have it. The Raiders have recovered on the 31-yard line. Pat Toomey, always alertly covering the field. And there's the first turnover charge to the Rams. Rowe is the man that knocked the ball loose.
And that is a big one. L.A. has had everything going their way in this first half. They've also been outplaying Oakland. Oakland's made 4 turnovers. All of them have cost them, but not as severely as they could have. L.A.'s got a 7-0 lead. Oakland has the ball on the 31-yard line, and this thing can get back in the hat in a hurry.
We're talking about the offensive center. The nose guard on the middle 3 is usually a huge tackle who outweighs the center, and the center's got to snap the ball at the same time. Quick screen to Van Egan. He's at the 30, 25, and he's piled up at the 24-yard line by Jim Youngblood, the left linebacker, and Isaiah Robertson. More scores. There's that final. And a miracle pass, 69 yards from rookie Kramer to Sammy White, a second-year wide receiver. The Vikings pull it out. If they'd have lost that one, the Bears would have tied them for the division lead. And the Jets in New Orleans, 7-all at New Orleans. Second down, 3. Short yardage. Van Egan hitting off his right guard. Jack Youngblood knifed in from the left end spot and piled him up there. Time remaining in the first half, 3:54. Cleveland's been disappointing. San Diego leading 24-0. Dan Fouts, 2 touchdown passes.
I'll tell you, he doesn't need much of that pre-seasoning.
No, he just a couple days warm up. Let's go, boys.
As soon as the receivers are ready, let's go.
22-yard line. Third down a yard. Bankston's in, 2 tight end. Van Egan has the first down. Ripped it away to the 14-yard line. Mark Van Egan stopped by Almodorf and Simpson in the secondary.
Again.
His second full year as a fullback in the system. Getting better all the time.
How many times have you seen Shell and Upshaw just take off and do their job when they really need it? A little third and short. Both Shell and Upshaw get a good standoff. They get good blocking from their tight end. The fullback kicks out, and Van Egan picks up 12.
Litnikoff's back in. They put Branch over in a slot with him to the left. There you see him moving around. First down, Raiders on the LA 14. Stabler is throwing, and it is complete to Casper. I don't know how Casper ever held on to that ball. It was right between Isaiah Robertson and Monty Jackson. Could have been another interception, but Big Casper elbowed him out and gathered it in.
I know how he caught it. Stabler stuck it in him. He couldn't get rid of it. He comes out now. Quarterback Kenny would love to have good knees in this situation. He'd have taken off and run the ball. He's clear. He knows he can't. He just sticks it right the only place it can be stuck, and they pick up a big gainer, second 2.
Second down, 4. Raiders on the Ram 8. We're approaching 2 minutes to go, and he drives over the 5 into the 4-yard line. Pete Banaszak. That's what he can really do. Here's the final. The Cowboys have clinched their division championship. They defeat the Eagles 24-14. They'll be the home team. And if they don't lose another game, they would have the best record in the National Football Conference and would play the NFC wildcard team, whoever that is going to be. But the Cowboys won it. Dorsett ran 84 for a touchdown and 2 for a touchdown. And the rookie coming on. They're a foot short of a first down. The Raiders on the Ram 5-yard line. Third down and a foot to go. So the team with the best record in pro football won today, Denver. They're 11-1. And the Rams are 10-2. Those are the 2 best records. If the Raiders win today, they would be 10-2. Wallach, Mickey Marvin have come in for blocking power. Third down and a foot to go. And the 2-minute warning now is flashed to each man. So, well, they talk it over. You talk it over and see what the 2 clubs are going to do on this third and foot to go. And we'll take time out. 7-0. The Rams on top.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, led by Terry Bradshaw, take on Ken Anderson and the Cincinnati Bengals in a key AFC Central Division matchup Saturday on NBC.
Ollie Spencer with the glasses, dark coat, longtime assistant coach with the Raiders offensive line. Madden in the short sleeves, Stabler the quarterback. The brain trust talking over a third and a foot to go on the Ram 4.5-yard line. Chuck Knox with his back to you, arms folded. Not a supercharged, emotional fellow on the sideline. Rather low-key, but very intense.
He knows what he's doing, too, Kurt, and I think that's the most important part of this game. He can take the heat, and it doesn't seem to change his viewpoint when he knows things are right.
They put him down. And they ran for it. Banaszak. University of Miami of Florida, and they have signaled a Raider first down.
Who do you think they ran over, too? Gene Upshaw and Art Shell.
Highway 63. First 2.5 for a Raider touchdown. The Raiders are trailing 7-0. 1:30 to go in the first half. That's Clarence Davis. He wriggles to the 1-yard line. Second down and a yard. Larry Brooks, Mike Fanning, ex of Notre Dame, third-year player, #1 draft picks in there as a goal line stander.
You know, Kurt, several people have expected Mike Fanning to take over when Merlin Olsen left, but Cody Jones has been doing such an outstanding job. Nobody can take the job away from him, and Mike's been relegated to the short yardage.
Chuck Knox with a red hair, turning gray, second down and a yard, and Vandersack scores. Vandersack is over, and the Raiders are back in it.
We've talked about the left side, but George Beeler and Dave Dalby do their shot this time. Upshaw he falls on top of Cody Jones, and Pete Banaszak runs it in for a touchdown. Now, this game has all been L.A., and the score is only within 1 point.
Madden wanted to let the crowd know they had a touchdown. Earl Mann to kick. David Hum, ex of Nebraska, to hold. Tie game here in Los Angeles with 54 seconds remaining in the first half. And a turnover has been costly for each club. Oakland fumbled a punt. L.A. took it in 27 yards. Cappelletti scoring a yard out. And the Rams lost the ball in a fumble. And then Oakland took it in 31 yards with Banaszak plunging over. 3 members of the Rams' original fearsome foursome, Deacon Jones, Lamar Lundy, and Rosie Greer, here today on the Rams sidelines. Merlin Olsen, the other member of that fearsome foursome, was in Houston today covering the Oilers and the Broncos for NBC television. There are the 3 men. The foursome here are going to be honored with a tribute dinner, and the proceeds going to research for myasthenia gravis, the illness which Lamar Lundy has been fighting. And there they are in their prime, and they were fearsome, were they not, John Brody? You should know.
Well, I had a chance to play against them about 32 or 33 times in my career, and I think I kept some of them around the league for a while. But those 4 guys with Roger Brown were the finest defensive line I think's ever played this game.
And we had a little Ray Guy and number 51 of the Rams trying to block him after he kicked Rick Newsom. Guy didn't like it. Guy sort of put a little poke out at him, but
just the way it works.
That's it. Broadway Joe. Now, what do you call him? L.A. Joe?
You might call him Freeway Joe, but I think it's just Joe, and he likes it very much out here.
L.A.'s ball on their 20, first down. Rams have 54 seconds remaining in the first half. They have just been tied. That's McCutcheon. McCutcheon is hit high by Rice. Floyd Rice.
He's done better than holding his own.
Yes, sir. He has been strong over there at left linebacker today.
You know before the game starts that they're going to take their shot at Floyd Rice. The other side only has Ted Hendricks and Otis Sistrunk. So if a man has any sanity at all, he's going to try those who haven't been playing too long. And Rice is doing his job.
Rams need one more win, and they clinch the Western Division title in their last 3 games, and this is one of the last 3. They're stopped at the 25-yard line. John Cappelletti. They're going to run it out in their own territory. You'll watch them. They'll get up and start for the locker room here shortly. Now the Raiders have asked for a timeout. The Raiders have 2 timeouts left. And someone is hurt. Here's Hayden.
I think what they're hoping to see, Kurt, is Hayden's coming over to the sideline to see if they have enough time to run the clock out without having to punt it. Now, Oakland very probably wouldn't have a chance to get an offensive play off, but they would have time enough to try and block a punt. That's what they're trying to do.
Remember Lee Leonard and Brian Gumbel with the latest scores and game highlights at halftime, NFL 77. Some stations will break away from the football coverage for a report on the day's news. The late tuners in. Los Angeles scored first. A plunge by Capoletti, short plunge, 2:11 to go in the first period to make it 7-0. That was after Oakland fumbled a punt away. And then L.A. fumbled the ball at the line of scrimmage, McCutcheon. Oakland recovered on the Ram 31, and they took it on in with veteran Pete Manasak diving over for the score.
You know, both defenses have played outstandingly well. Turnovers have given the offenses the ball inside with good field position. Oakland's only been able to capitalize once. LA's had it 3 or 4 times in good field position. They've only been able to put 7 points on the board. I think you have to credit Oakland's defense primarily, and there's the man most responsible, Don Shinnick.
Yeah,
ain't he a beauty?
Looks like a madman on the sidelines. Hayden will throw. He's going deep to Jackson, and it is knocked away. Willie Brown and Jack Tatum, 24 and 32. Had that play covered. They're down to 3 seconds now.
By calling timeout, they force L.A. to do something, and it could have created a turnover, put Oakland in a position to get 3 points. That's heads-up football.
That puts Glenn Walker in. Oh, Oakland could have 3 shots. Number 1.
for over 100 yards in the first half, whereas L.A., having had the ball for 24-5 runs, has only been able to pick up 75 yards. Now, that is not the kind of offensive game control plan that L.A. is accustomed to, and which has made L.A. productive over the years. People have criticized them for being a bit conservative, but they have been effective. When a coach has won over 50 games in 5 years, you know he's got a good football team. The Rams are a good football team. However, offensively, they're not getting the best of it so far.
Lawrence McCutcheon had 50 yards in the first half. He's over 1,000 for the season. That's Wendell Tyler. He's the most explosive back that the Rams have. Here's Ray Guy to kick it off. The local fans here want to see more of Tyler. Went to UCLA. He's a rookie, very popular in this area. They don't play him a lot. Just a squib kick by Guy. Bouncing around, fielded at the 25 of the Rams, spinning his way up to the 35-yard line is Carl Eckert, a middle linebacker who became a kickoff. What was I doing with it?
Another man from San Jose State. They have produced a lot of professional football players.
We had leaders in this game. Jackson, number 1 in receiving, tied with Drew Pearson, 40 catches. Jackson has not caught a pass today. Mark Van Egan, number 1 in rushing. Ray Guy, number 1 in punting in the league. First down, Rams on their 35. McCutcheon buried at the 37-yard line. Second down, 8. Willie Hall tackling. It's Pat Hayden at quarterback. McCutcheon, number 30. Capoletti, 22, the running back, so you haven't been with us much in the first half. Jackson, 29. Billy Waddy, the rookie, number 80. Wide receiver, Terry Nelson, the tight end, 83. Doug France and John Williams at tackles. Tom Mack, Greg Horton, the guard. Rich Saul, center. Pat Toomey, Dave Rowe, and Matuzak, the front 3 for the Raiders. Second and 8. And Hayden will put it up. Shoots it down the middle. He has a wide open man, the tight end there, Terry Nelson, who runs away with the ball and has a first down. That's the tight end, Terry Nelson.
And that's what they're going to have to do a bit more of. That was a simple little delay pattern. Terry Nelson, who has not allowed Charles Young, a fellow that had a great career in Philadelphia, to get into the lineup, goes up, he sets up. Hayden's got time to wait for him to cut underneath. He's on Floyd Rice, cuts underneath Monty Johnson. Ted Hendricks is in chase to no effect, and he picks up a first down. They've got it on the 47-yard line.
Well, the first man outside of a running back to catch the ball today for L.A. First down, the Rams on the Raider 47. Again, Hayden throws, flares it out. Capoletti dancing away, and is hit, brought down on the 44-yard line of the Raiders by Floyd Rice and Lester Hayes.
And Rice made a good play. You've heard a lot about him today, and I mentioned several times that they are going to test him. Well, on the first play, they run at him. The second play, they run a little delay pass underneath him. This time, they run a screen pass, which he has to come back and commit to. He's got Lester Hayes, who is in good position to the outside. Rice comes up from the inside, and they stop that screen for about a 2-yard gain.
Willie Hall goes out, a middle linebacker, and coming in as Sistrunk. The Raiders now will rush 4 men down on 2nd and 7. Sistrunk is going to the left end. Toomey stays at right end. Matuzak and Rowe will be in the middle. I know one thing, Hayden can talk. There's Biletnikoff. He wants to catch a few more.
I hope Hayden can talk.
He's very articulate, majoring in philosophy, politics, and economics at Oxford. My number 1 sports hero of all time, when you put the mind and the body together, was a man named White. Byron Whizzer White, a chief or justice of the Supreme Court, University of Colorado. I don't think people really know how great he was. He led the NFL in ground gating twice with 2 last-place teams, the Steelers and the Lions. He was number 1 in everything he ever did.
If someone wondered about the delay at this given point, the clock wasn't working, the 30-second clock. They've got it working now, and we're underway.
Whizzer White was a Rhodes Scholar also. Second down, 7. McCutcheon on the handoff. He bangs it to the 41-yard line of the Raiders. Sistrunk nabs him there.
Well, I think fans noticed both Matusik and Sistrunk are in. They're playing the four-man down line. They usually use it in passing situations. However, today they're using it against the run also to help Floyd Rice out. He does his job. Skip Thomas comes up on the force, and they only pick up about 4.
Now you have a 3rd down and 4 for the Rams. This is a tie game for early in the 3rd period. The score is 7-7. 3rd and 4. Hayden will run it, scrambling away, tosses it out, complete to Cappelletti for the 1st down. That's where his scrambling ability aids him. Broken plays, picks up 1st downs with him, maybe even a touchdown or 2 now and then.
Well, you've seen him. He has kept 2 drives continuing, and he's done it because he gets outside the contain. Now, once you get outside the contain, you really give your receivers a chance to work on linebackers. You're liable to find somebody standing all alone, which is exactly what happened with Cappelletti. He picks up the 1st down, and that kept their drive going.
And we repeat again, some quarterbacks can't throw well on the run. Hayden can. Left or right.
He's always been on it.
1st down, Rams on the Raiders 32. Straight handoff. They smack over to 30 and go to the, McCutcheon goes to the 29. He's grinding it out short, 2, 3, 4 yards. He's not an explosive back, picking up long gains. He's picked up 59 yards in the game now. He's carried the ball 15 times. Last tackle was by Ted Hendricks. The Rams are threatening now. They're in the Raider 29, 2nd and 7. And the Raiders put 4 down linemen back on the field. McCutcheon. McCutcheon's to the 20 or 25. Monty Johnson.
When you get good surge out of your offensive line, which they are getting at the moment, it puts a burden on your back to pick up the linebacker, creates a bigger hole, and they've done it 3 times in this drive. Cappelletti did his job on Floyd Rice, and they're productive at this point. That's what we talk about when we talk about line charge. All the Raiders are on the wrong side of the line of scrimmage.
Sistrunk's out. Willie Hall's back in. 3 down linemen. 3rd and 3. And Hayden calls a timeout. Pat Hayden is the 4th. Let's see, they've had Hadel, James Harris, Jaworski, and Hayden. 4 division titles with 4 different quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Pat Hayden, before the game, we asked him about calling his own plays, and here's what he had to say.
Well, I've called my own plays this year now, and it's made a big difference for me. It's something that I've always wanted to do. I think all good quarterbacks do it. And after all, it is a game. It should be fun. It makes the game a lot more fun to me and more challenging.
You know, he said to me, what he said was key is that it makes it more fun. And many coaches have said, hey, a quarterback has to be having fun out there. And there's no better way to get a quarterback to having it than giving him the responsibility to go out there and do it the way he sees fit.
We've had some interesting things happen around the NFL today. The Rams, while they were in their locker room, a nice Christmas present when the New England Patriots beat Atlanta. And now all the Rams need, as you're looking at 3/4 of their secondary, an injured one, and 2/4 of their secondary. All they need is one more win to clinch the division crown. Another one for the Rams as they reel them off year after year. Cincinnati won today. So did Pittsburgh. Next Saturday at 1 o'clock. The Bengals and the Steelers. Cincinnati now has won 5 of their last 6. And if the Steelers win that one, they will be just about in the Central Division champ. Cincinnati wins, is going down to the wire between the Steelers and the Bengals. 12:30 Eastern Time next Saturday will be NFL 77. 3rd and 3 for the Rams. Boy, what time. There he is, wide open. And a flag drop. Terry Nelson crossing over. Hayden must have had 7-8 seconds back there to throw the ball.
Well, he had enough time to allow Nelson to get off the line of scrimmage. It looked as if, even had he not caught the ball, Nelson, there was an interference penalty on the right side of the Oakland secondary. But when you give a quarterback that much time, there's nothing else.
Holding, number 24, defense, decline, 1st down.
Defensive holding call on Willie Brown has been declined.
Let's see just exactly how much time he does have. He's back there, he's back there, he's back there. All the time, the linebacker's trying to hold up Nelson. He just gets off in time. You can see Skip Thomas is getting after him.
Well, that pattern has worked twice with a tight end cutting across. First down, Rams. 1st and 10 to go. They're just short of the Raider 10. They split the backfield. They give it to McCutcheon. McCutcheon runs it to the 7-yard line. 2nd down, 3. If he gets trapped behind the line of scrimmage, it's a major upset.
It doesn't happen very often.
There's Charlie Young, an all-pro tight end with the Eagles. Came over here, figured in a Jaworski deal, and he can't beat out Terry Nelson.
Well, you know, Klein was the guy that was playing first string before Young came, and they never really got the hang on how good Nelson was, and now they can't get him out of the lineup.
The pitch to McCutcheon. McCutcheon trying to hit him. Burrow himself forward. Hendricks is on him. The Rams are pushing the Raiders back, though, up front.
They are, but now is the real test. They've got about 3.5 yards to go. A little over 3 for a first down, and it gets awfully tough down there.
Score is 7-7. 10 minutes, 15 seconds left in the 3rd period. Madden worried. This is 3rd down and 2.5 yards for a first down. Deflected, and they dive for it and can't get it. Deflected away at the line of scrimmage.
I think Toomey got a piece of it. I can't be certain, but that ball was hit just as soon as it was let go by Hayden.
And Raphael Seption comes in.
Well, let's take a look. You can see Matusik and Rode handling it in the middle. Matusik got his hand on the ball. I was mistaken, and it stopped a potential 6 points.
Seption will try the field goal. Matusik been in that Ram backfield today, number 72. This will be a short one, 21 yards. Uprights right in front of his face. And here it is. And the kick is good. And the Rams have the lead on the 21-yard field goal by Seption of Mexico City. Timeout, the score, the Rams 10 and the Raiders 7. Garrett or Jennings. Squibbler. Going to have to field it on the 5. Up to the 20, 25. And he runs into Bob Tipperini. Down covering number 54. Raiders ball, first down. The Rams have had the ball most of the time here in the 3rd period. That last drive was 11 plays for them. 9:32 to go in the 3rd period. The Rams ahead 10-7.
Don't think the Ram defense didn't appreciate it.
Stabler's passing figures in the first half. Van Egan outside. A yard or two, and that's all. Isaiah Robertson hopped on him.
Well, you haven't seen an awful lot of Isaiah Robertson today because they don't try him very often. He's an extremely active linebacker, and Oakland goes with their tight end to the left, which puts Isaiah on the right most of the time. This time they didn't have him there, and you can see why they don't run at him very often.
2nd down, 6. The Rams really settled down when they got Jack Reynolds back as middle linebacker. They traded him, or thought they traded him, to Tampa Bay for a #1 draft pick. And Baltimore got into the act, and the commissioner overruled the contract. There's a pass to Biletnikoff as he opened for a first down. Biletnikoff at the 50. Pat Thomas on it. He just turned in, found an open hole in the middle, and they got the ball to him.
And it almost seemed as if Biletnikoff stayed suspended in air. He went up a little bit early. Stabler had him open, put the ball in the only place it could be thrown. Biletnikoff comes down with it, and I'll tell you, he's got so much stickum on him, you'd figure he'd never drop one. He doesn't.
Fred's 2nd catch of the game, 6 more receptions. He's the #4 receiver of all time. Oakland first down on the 50-yard line. Great protection. The pass. Drop. Coming across. Clarence Davis. I think looking more to turn and go downfield.
Well, I think that's so, and Stabler was back there with plenty of time. He was going to Davis the whole way. He was trying to let the defensive secondary get back into their position so he could get it underneath to Davis. He sees him coming across, throws a little bit behind him. That's one of the toughest passes a back has to catch.
Second down, 10 for the Raiders. Rams ahead, 10-7. Matuzak getting a rest on the bench with a defensive unit. Big rush on this time. Look out. He's fouled. They put it to him. That's the right tackle, Larry Brooks. That's the first sack today by the Rams. The Raiders have had 2 quarterback sacks.
And Gene Upshaw has been doing an excellent job on Jerry Brooks. However, you're not going to keep a guy with Brooks' ability from penetrating in the middle. This time, Brooks gets the best of it. Van Egan doesn't even see him. He's on Stabler before anybody can get open, and the Rams are in a hole.
Carl Garrett brings the play into the backfield. Davis goes out. 3rd and 20. Larry Brooks has been the most consistent performer for the Rams this year. And according to the coaching staff, maybe their most underrated player. 3rd and 20.
He's not underrated by the guards who play against him.
Flags are down. Great grab by Branch, but flags were down on the play. Maybe holding here.
I don't think it's a maybe, Kurt.
The Rams now are mounting a ferocious pass rush, and the Raiders are trying to keep them away from Stabler.
Getting that real good pressure up the middle, allowing Dreyer and Youngblood to come from the outside, force him to step up, and when they do, they're right there to meet him.
What do the Rams do with this penalty, John? Will they decline it? It'll bring up.
They're going to decline it because if they don't, Branch caught the ball down there, and it'd only be it would be 4th and about 4. Now they're not going to decline that one.
Nope. They talked it over. Now it's back on the 30, and it is 3rd and 30.
Holding, number 64, offense, 3rd down.
They caught George Beeler, 64, holding. 3rd and 30, and back go the Raiders. They've been sacked for 10 on this series and had a penalty for 10. The Ram fans are alive here in the Coliseum. He steps up, he shoots it out. It is incomplete. Intended for Biletnikoff.
I think we've got some kind of penalty in the backfield there. Stabler's on the ground. As he threw the ball, he got hit awfully hard.
Personal foul against the Rams. That's Mike Ray warming up in a hurry. Stabler has had a tender knee.
I'll tell you, if you're ever going to ask a guy to come up, you're going to ask Stabler. He is one of the toughest nuts that's ever played this game. He's hurting right now, but they're biding for time. I couldn't see exactly where he did get hit, but he got the ball off. After it left his hand, he got knocked down, and he's the one man that's indispensable on their ball club.
This will put the ball on the 45-yard line of the Raiders. And they're trying to make a decision. Is Stabler all right, able to continue, or will Mike Ray, the backup man, come in? Now they're going to spot it on the 40. He's wrong. They should have put it on there, and it goes to the 45. Stabler goes out.
Roughing the passer, number 85, first down.
The call's on Youngblood for roughing the passer. It's a first down. A costly penalty for the Rams and Youngblood. Raiders have the ball. They did have a 3rd and 30. Now they have a first down on their 45. The Rams are ahead 10-7. 7:35 to go in the 3rd period. And we'll get a quick report on Stabler.
I think he'll be in the ball game before we get a report on him.
Mike Ray is a good running quarterback. He comes off this bench cold. There's the ball to Van Egan. Flags are down. Look like blurs of motion on that white team, the Raiders. And this could happen with a new signal caller and a different cadence.
You bet. Every quarterback has his own cadence. You get accustomed to hearing one voice, and when a new voice comes in, it does make it a little difficult.
That's motion against the Raiders. We're getting a penalty on every play now. Stabler's back in, and he'll come in with a 1st and 15.
Number 70 offense, decline.
There he goes. See him move, number 70, Henry Lawrence, the right tackle. Probably fooled by the cadence count. Different than Stabler.
Sometimes you get a new voice, and it's a defensive lineman who start yelling the signals, and they can confuse you, too.
That's going to be a 2nd down. They declined it. Here's the pass. Oh, grab Biletnikoff. What a catch by Freddie Biletnikoff.
That's the kind that makes you hit your helmet and say, where did the ball go? If there was any doubt as to whether Stabler's okay, I think it should be annihilated here, because Stabler stands in there, puts the ball over Youngblood, past Pat Thomas. Biletnikoff's counting on it, picks it up, and they've got a 1st down. That's a great play.
All right, Vanasak enters the Oakland backfield. Van Egan goes out. 1st down Raiders on the Ram 40. Rams ahead, 10-7. 3rd period. Vanasak drives, fumble. I believe the ball had already, the whistle already blown the ball dead. It has. Jack Reynolds made the hit. While they untangle, we pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
David Horowitz talks about working at home for income, 7:30 Monday on KNBC Los Angeles.
Kurt Gowdy and John Brody back with you in Los Angeles. The Raiders have a 2nd down 5. A timeout on the officials right now. Jim Garner, Rockford Files, you see on NBC. Joe Costanza's favorite program. And he's not down here just for a camera shot. He goes to most of the Raider games up in Oakland, all over. Great Raider fan. Garrett replaces Davis in the backfield. Branch spread left. Biletnikoff right. 2nd down 5. He throws the ball and high. And incomplete. Bill Simpson nearly had that one.
I'll tell you, Simpson makes a fine play, but he's in a position where when you give the quarterback enough time to do what Stabler was able to do, and he tries to take a little bit off it, Stabler waits a long time. The ball gets tipped before Simpson has a chance to get on it. You can see, boy, that baby. Ugh. And it's 3rd down and 5.
Kenny was high with that pass.
He was a little high with that pass. Everybody gets to miss a few.
A little juggling music, please. 3rd and 5. That's right, John. I'd be worried, too. 3rd and 5 for the Raiders. Flag down. Maybe holding again in the open backfield. They completed the Branch. And again, that big pass rush on. Holding against Oakland.
Tell you, this drive has had about 6 penalties in it, and the only bad one happened to the Rams. That one personal foul. Usually you'll see a lot of holding take place when the defensive line is getting off on the ball, in their starting blocks, getting to the quarterback, making it real close and tough on him, and that's exactly what this drive's been about.
Let's listen.
Holding number 70, offense.
2nd time on Lawrence. He moved on motion, and now he held. This puts the ball back to the Ram 45. Makes it 3rd and 15, and 3 wide receivers are on. Garrett's out. Rod Perry becomes a nickel back for the Rams. Biletnikoff, Bradshaw, and Cliff Branch spread out. They're going after him. He throws the ball and just gets it away. A great rush by Larry Brooks. The Rams pass rushers getting better as the game progresses.
Well, they're all taking turns. You can't have a great pass rush unless you've got 4 outstanding athletes down there. Henry Lawrence does his job on Youngblood. However, that isn't enough. Here comes Brooks. Great play. Drive is over.
Ray Guy to punt. Chuck Knox calls Ray Guy the greatest punter in the history of the National Football League. Quite a compliment from the opposing coach. He says he punts you out of field position and punts his own team in. He says, I hate to count the yards he gains every year for Oakland. There's a high, wobbly spiral. That one is into the end zone. A touchback. Rams ball on their 20. First down and timeout. The clock shows 5:34 to go in the third period. The score, Los Angeles 10, Oakland 7. Mack. And he is playing in his 166th consecutive game.
That says something for you.
His father was Roy Mack, teamed up with Lou Boudreau. Double play combo for the Cleveland Indians. McCutcheon. He has 5 to the 25 of the Rams.
And if you notice, Kurt, they're going to go over their real studs. You got Tom Mack and Rich Saul both in there. Mack, I believe, is on Monty Johnson. Now, he's playing a linebacker, but he does fill in there very quick. Mack gets his job done. Johnson's been doing a fine job all day long. Mack gets the best of this one, as he does so often in tight situations.
Second down 5. Rams under 25. Closing 5 minutes of the third period. McCutcheon. First down. Out to the 35. Ted Hendricks nailed him there.
Boy, you can see how great it is when your tight end does a good job. That time they're trying to sweep to the right. Tom Mack couldn't even get out. McCutcheon was around before the play even got started. Turned it up. Tight end had done an excellent job caving into all the pursuit. Mack's not even out, and McCutcheon's turned it up for yardage.
Rams now first down under 35, leading 10-7. The lone score of this half is a field goal by Seption, a short one, 21 yards. Hayden looking one way and right through the arm of number 30, Lawrence McCutcheon. Notice Hayden trying to look him away. He looked to the left and went back to the right.
He can look all he wants, Kurt, but if they're going to throw the ball, and they haven't thrown the ball complete to a wide receiver all day, you're going to have to hit one of those fellas outside to get any respect from the linebackers. Now, they have beaten the linebackers heretofore. It's going to be very difficult for them to beat them with their backs from now on because they haven't thrown outside.
4 down linemen in for Oakland. Willie Hall, the linebacker, leads the game. Sistrunk, Matuzik, Rowe, and Tomei. Second and 10. Down the middle, he's got him 50, 40, 34-yard line. Lawrence McCutcheon.
That's just great execution right then. McCutcheon gets one-on-one of Floyd Rice, beats him down the middle. Their line gives them enough time to throw the ball. I guess I'm wrong. They did beat their linebackers. Sometimes you don't have to go outside, I imagine. It does help if you put the ball right where you're supposed to, though.
That's a 31-yard pass completion from Pat Hayden to Lawrence McCutcheon. We're down to 3:40 to go now in the third period. Willie Hall's back on the field in the 3-4 setup, which is really the old Oklahoma college defense. It's to be called the Oklahoma defense.
Every team seems to play it a little different, but that's basically what it is.
There's really not much new in football. First down. A yard or two at the most. McCutcheon. He's a workhorse now, isn't he? Pat Tomei made the stop for the Oakland Raiders. Denver won today. If they joined us late, they won their 11th game out of 12. And if the Raiders do not rally here, there will be 2 games in back of Denver.
Look at that face mask on John Williams. If they get to his face, they got to be Houdini.
I think that's to protect his eyes.
Sure it is.
4 down linemen. Big rush is on. Hayden's pass is dropped. He dropped the ball. McCutcheon again. I think McCutcheon's figured in the last 5 plays.
He has. Hayden was going to him the whole time, but as he started to throw the ball, I think his feet got caught up with one another, and he threw the ball a little low. Let's take a look. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're not. Yep, yep. He just threw it a little low. And McCutcheon didn't come up with a big catch.
Cullen Bryant replaces McCutcheon. Give him a rest. He deserves it. 3rd down, 9 to go for the Rams. Flags are down. Got a flag drop. Here's the pass. Incomplete. And we had a flag drop. It was thrown in the Oakland secondary, but the official was looking at the line of scrimmage and into the backfield.
Once you see Pat Hayden rubbing his eye, he got a pretty good shot just as he threw the ball. But once you get out of that area where you're well protected, you're pretty much fair game, and you can't ask everybody to take their hands off.
Legal procedure against the Rams. Willie Brown, the defensive captain. He's made many decisions in his 15 years with the Raiders.
Most of them good, and that's why he's still making them.
Number 75, illegal procedure, declined, 4th down.
John Williams, the Raiders decline it. There's Williams, 75. 4th down, 9. And a punting team on for the Rams. Glenn Walker. Here's Rick Jennings. Neil Colsey normally returns punts. He's out with an injury. Trying to hang that one up around the goal line, and it is a touchdown. It'll be the Raiders' ball on their own 20-yard line. When we resume play, the score, the Rams 10, the Raiders 7. Raiders ball, their own 20. 1st down, trailing by 3. Slightly favored. They were favored passing figures. Clarence Davis to the 20. Outside he scampers, and very close to the 1st down, not quite. Steps out on the 28.5. He's into the Oakland bench, and a flag has been dropped. Personal foul against the Rams, I think, for a hit, a late hit over beyond the sideline marker.
Well, I didn't see the late hit beyond the sideline marker. Certainly enhances your drive. You see Clarence Davis trying to straddle the sideline, gets enough feet in. Then they judge Isaiah making a hit after the play was over. Those are tough calls.
Unnecessary roughness, number 58, defense, 1st down.
That is on Isaiah Robertson, as John Brody called it, and the Raiders have a 1st down on their own 44-yard line. 2 minutes 15 remaining in the 3rd period. Stabler. This way to Biletnikoff. Just steps out on the 50.
Just like a little
6.
guinea.
2nd down, 4.
L.A. has defensed Oakland very well today outside, the receiver-wise. Stabler wanted to go out to Branch. When he saw he was covered, he came back. He found Pat Thomas one-on-one with Biletnikoff and just laid it off for a gimme 5 yards.
Freddie and his wife Jennifer will become parents in the latter part of February. Biletnikoff now has caught 4 passes today for 47 yards. He raises avocados in the off-season. Big burst from Mark Van Egan. Very close to the 1st down. Two tough defensive clubs going at each other today, John.
You bet, but if you take a look, the left side of Oakland's line is great. The right side is equally as great. You've got George Beeler and Dalby doing their job just the way you'd like to have them doing them. If you're a Mark Van Egan, he picks up a simple little 5 yards. They got a 1st down.
Everything's coming the hard way for both clubs in the 2nd half. On 1st down, deep retreat, the pass, no good, intended for Branch on a comebacker. He had 3 men coming back with it. He cut deep and then tried to come back to the ball. And with his speed, that's a great execution because his speed makes you afraid.
Well, he had real good defensive linebacker play by both Reynolds and Isaiah Robertson that time. These guys are awfully active. Even though they're big, they make it awful tough to complete it beneath them.
This will be 2nd and 10. Rams are leading 10-7. Davis on a cutback. Down he goes on the 44. Jack Reynolds on it. Wonder how it feels to be traded away. And then, after lengthy haggling over your contract, to stay and make the club again as a starting middle linebacker.
You know, Kurt, it hasn't affected. Some people say, hey, it has to affect your play when you come back. With in Jack Reynolds' case, he's come back as strong, maybe stronger than ever. And LA's had 4 or 5 holdouts. When they came back, they all played well. And is a lot responsible for LA being as good as they are at this time of the year.
This is 3rd and 9. Jackie Wallace is the 5th secondary back in for the Rams. There he is, and it's high. It's been intercepted. And number 42, Elmendorf. Elmendorf's at the 40, 45, 50, and into Oakland territory. That is the 5th turnover against Oakland.
And that one was made by the excellent coverage of the Ram defensive secondary. Stabler had plenty of time. He wanted to go to both wide men. By the time he finally got to Casper, he was covered as he had been throughout the play. That's how you pick up those easy ones.
Well, the Raiders are lucky to be this close with 5 turnovers.
You bet they are. Their defense is playing good football. Their offense has to play as well.
The Rams have had only 1 turnover. Rams ball now on the Raiders 47. Closing 41 seconds of the 3rd period. Cappelletti fumbles the ball. The Raiders had every shot at it, and the Raiders come up with it.
The Raiders came up with a turnover.
Had a touchdown.
It would have been a touchdown. If Tatum had caught that ball or Thomas on the dead run, that ball was long gone. There was nobody in a position to pick it up or touch him. You can see these turnovers are coming a dime a dozen now. Cappelletti's hit a good lick by Hall. Jack Tatum is there to pick it up on 1 bounce. There's nobody in front of him. Oakland does recover, but they just lost the chance to score 6.
We'll take a timeout. 32 seconds remaining in the 3rd period. Oakland has the ball when we come back. It's still 10-7 Los Angeles. Raiders ball on their 42, 1st down. Branch left, Blitnikoff right. Blitnikoff back in motion. Complete and out of bounds is the tight end, Dave Casper. Elmendorf drove him out.
That's where, you know, Oakland has an awful lot of creation to their offense. That time they run a Blitnikoff in motion. Generally, he goes down, goes over the middle, but he can't go anywhere. This time he gets him cleaned out so Casper can come underneath. They pick up the 8 or 9. They've got a lot of ways to go after you.
And right now they've got a 2nd and 2. With 26 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Right on the 50. Slot right. Van Egan. He has the 1st down.
Yards are coming tough now.
Madden's the 1st down. Come on.
Get those black and white stripes on, John.
They're going to measure. 42 yards for Van Egan in the game.
If this was not a 1st down, the stripes are wrong.
They have it. Remember coverage of the Rose and Orange Bowls Monday, January 2nd. The Rose Bowl features Michigan and Washington. Both schools will be making their 8th appearance in the granddaddy of all the bowl games. And they'll have their usual capacity crowd of 106,000. That starts at 4:30 p.m. Then NBC switches to the Orange Bowl for Oklahoma and Arkansas. 2 teams that lost only 1 game all year, each to the University of Texas. That's the end of the third quarter in the Los Angeles Coliseum. And our score, the Los Angeles Rams 10, the Oakland Raiders 7. Kurt Gowdy, John Brody, New Orleans leading the Jets 13-10 in the fourth. First down, Oakland. 45 to the 44, and at the 43-yard line is Mark Van Egan, brought down by Bill Simpson. Here's another score. San Diego, pretty good football team, dangerous team, trampling Cleveland 37-7. And Fouts throwing 3 touchdown passes in the game.
I think he's proven his point. I think somebody's going to decide he may be able to play.
Second down, 5. Nothing happened to that pass.
Well, I'll tell you, Kurt, you know, so often the Raiders have been effective throwing to Casper as a layoff man, throwing him as a delay man. Isaiah Robinson has been on top of Casper most all day long. He's done a great job when Casper's been in his area. That time Stabler wanted to go to him and couldn't. Had to find another receiver late. And they really haven't had many people open.
I think Dreyer may have just ticked that pass. Red Dreyer, the right end.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
He's a wild man off the field, but a very disciplined player on the field. 3rd and 5 now for the Raiders. On the Ram 43. Out to the sideline. Flag down. On Pat Thomas, 27. Against Biletnikoff.
Well, Thomas he's been doing a fine job all day long. When you play a guy like Biletnikoff that close all day long, sometime he's going to get you to commit an error. And couldn't have happened at a better time for Oakland or a worse one for the Rams.
Defensive pass interference, number 27, first down.
Pat Thomas and the L.A. fans greeted with a lusty boo. All right, we have Bradshaw. Banaszak in. Branch. Biletnikoff taken out momentarily. Oakland has a first down on the Ram 32. Oakland trailing by 3. Again the pass. Pump fake. Threw it wide. Bradshaw cutting into the middle behind him. Second and 10. There's Earl Mann, the place kicker.
They've got to put it up there about 5 more yards in order to give Earl an excellent chance to go at it. He's about as good a kicker as there is from inside the 40-yard line. I think his range is about 45 or 6.
Davis and Banaszak are the running backs for the Raiders.
But Oakland's trying to get a touchdown, Kurt. They're really not too concerned about the field goal at this point.
Now Biletnikoff and Branch are slotting to the left. Second and 10. Quick signal down. He fumbles the ball. He's got it. Maybe Fred Dreyer. Fred Dreyer has the ball. It was not a pass. It was a fumble, they say. His hand did not start forward.
I think it was a fumble. As I was watching, Isaiah Robertson takes off. It's a blitz. Stabler's trying to wait to get the Clarence Davis down the field. When they did get on Stabler, and I thought it was Isaiah, he and Youngblood both. Dreyer picks it up. Kenny never could get it off.
That is a 6th turnover against Oakland. 2 against L.A. Well, the Rams get a big break. Willie Hall back into a 3-4 defense for the Raiders. Squirting through is Cappelletti to the 34. And he's brought down there by Jack Tatum, the safety. Final scores, New England tripping up Atlanta. New England still in the running in the East. Pittsburgh has a 1-game lead in the Central Division. Denver 11 wins and 1 loss for the year. Best record. Bears shut out Tampa Bay. McCutcheon. A first down for Lawrence McCutcheon. The Rams hold on to this lead. They are the Western Division champions. Giants over the Cardinals. What happened to the Cardinals? Washington shut out Buffalo. Cincinnati romped against Kansas City. Green Bay shaded the Lions 10-9. Dallas about wrapped it up in their east. They do, I think. And a wild rally. The Vikings rallied and defeated the 49ers 28-27. McCutcheon, by the way, has had 90 yards in the ground in this game.
Reverse.
Here's a reverse. Waddy, Billy Waddy, escapes and is out of bounds. Waddy, the fleet rookie, number 80 from Colorado.
And we should give credit to Floyd Rice. He was the only man that stayed home. The pursuit had left. They didn't see the reverse. Rice sprung it out and allowed Lester Hayes and Tatum to get over there and help him out. Now, I mean, it's a tough job when you're standing out there all alone. You've got a blocker in front of you. Woo. You can see Hayden's trying to do what he can. It's pretty hard. Rice makes a fine play. Hayes misses him completely and overcomes Tatum.
Second down, 6 for the Rams. The Raider 27. McCutcheon. Well, he stopped there. Rowe plugged it up. David Rowe there. Seption, the field goal kicker. On the 26-yard line of the Raiders. Rams are presented with a 3rd and 5. And once again, we'll have the 4 down linemen for the Raiders.
You know, the effective thing that L.A. has been doing in the second half is they've held the ball and had sustained drives. Oakland's only had it twice. We've only got 11 minutes to play in the second half.
He'll throw. It's intercepted and dropped. Monty Johnson had the ball right in his stomach and couldn't hold on to it.
Monty Johnson has been in position to pick off more interceptions than I think any linebacker in this league. He plays excellently. He has had a problem holding on to the ball. Once he gets into position, this ball goes right through his hands, hits him in the stomach, and falls out, and there's nobody feels worse than he does.
All right, Seption now will try this field goal, and it's going to be a 44-yard attempt. He has made 1 out of 8 from 40 to 49 yards. It's up there, and it is good. Seption kicks a 44-yard field goal, and now the Raiders need a touchdown as 3 of the Pearson Sportsmen exult. Timeout. The Rams 13, the Raiders 7. Jennings out with it. The 20. Just short of the 25. Rams are fired up. Pittsburgh and Cincinnati both won today. Pittsburgh beat Cincinnati at Pittsburgh with a flag down. If Cincinnati defeats Pittsburgh, they'll have a flat-footed tie in the Central Division. Cleveland's getting beat badly today. Houston was licked by Denver. Cincinnati coming on has won 5 of its last 6. If the Steelers win, well, they're about in as the Central Division champs. They would play one of the other division winners. The team with the best record will play the wild card team. Personal foul against Oakland. You know, you can figure out the schedule for next year at the end of this season under the new schedule planning of the National Football League.
Number 57, receivers, unnecessary roughness, disqualified.
Randy McClanahan, 57. And has been disqualified from the game. Raiders ball on their 13, first down. Next year, you Ram fans, the Rams will play 6 games in their own division, home and away with San Francisco, Atlanta, New Orleans. 2 games against the 5th place finishers in the other divisions. They will play 4 games against the Central Division of the American Conference next year. And 4 other games. Davis outside. And if you took them the way they are right now, the Rams next year would play Dallas at home, Minnesota away, the Giants away, and Green Bay at home.
And right back here, Kurt, you can see Freddie Dryer's had a pretty good day all day. Art Shell is an awfully tough man to handle, but Dryer has pushed the thing outside. He's held his own. He's allowed the pursuit to catch up, and has forced Oakland to run a little wider than they'd like to and make a few less yards than they thought they would.
13-7, the Rams are ahead. Van Egan splits it. And he's out to his 25. Jack Reynolds pulls him down. That'll be a first down for the Oakland Raiders on their 25. And if you look at the Raiders schedule, they'll play 8 games in their own division, home and away. 4 games against the 4 teams of the Central Division of the National Conference. And then 4 other games. 16 games next year. Not much for Clarence Davis. They plugged that one up. Here's an interconference score. Pat Lay just kicked a 29-yard field goal. The Jets have tied New Orleans in the 4th period. 10:40 to go. It's 13-all. Here's an update in the 8-year regular season series. The NFC has the edge today over the AFC. In the making. Draw play. Davis to the 30. He has a first down. Good call by Ken Stabler. Clarence Davis drops for the first down.
And I think Simpson got his hands inside Clarence Davis's mask, poked him in the eye, and those eyes do hurt when they get stuck. Simpson made a fine play just to catch up with Davis, who broke clean on the draw play. Well, when you get hurt in the eye, your whole body goes limp. Stabler, it's a natural passing down. They've been getting a good pass rush. They get a good play by Dalby on Reynolds. Simpson has to come up, make any play he can, gets a hand on Clarence Davis, and in the process, I don't know what happened, but he didn't get his hand inside his mask.
Rams leading by 6, but their fans are uneasy. They know how many games Oakland's rallied to win over the years. Stabler throws a screen. Van Egan is down. Look at him go. He's still going, and he's out to the 4. What an effort by Mark Van Egan.
That time, I think he got knocked straight up. Stabler has a little screen pass. It's an excellent call at a fine time. He's got an Upshaw in front of him. Everybody's out there in front of him. Dalby's coming over to kick out. Van Egan falls down and then gets knocked straight back up. There's Isaiah Robinson making the tackle.
Jack Reynolds being helped off the field. Carl Eckern, number 55, will replace him. You don't think those were 2 tough yards by Van Egan?
Been a lot of tough yards made today.
2nd down, 8 for the Raiders, trailing 13-7. Time remaining, 8:40 in the game. Handoff, Carl Garrett. He's to the 45-yard line. Garrett of New Mexico Highlands. When he came into the league as a rookie, he said, I'm as good as O.J. Simpson. Not quite.
He was better that year. He was the rookie of the year.
And Lay has kicked another field goal, 27 yards. The Jets lead New Orleans now. 6 minutes to go in that game, 16-13. 3rd and 3 for the Raiders on their own 45. They brought the ball up from their 13-yard line. Van Egan, they've got him. Okay. The play is made by Reynolds, who's gone back in, number 64.
Let's take a look. A little pitch out. You're trying to get some good help in front of you. They've got Carl Garrett trying to kick out. Reynolds comes in from behind, stops it for no gain, and it's 4th down and 3.
Punt formation. Ray Guy would like to get off a boomer. Waddy and Cullen Bryant are the safety men.
You know they might have got them offside. That'd be a 1st down.
Flags is down. It's handled by Cullen Bryant at the 20. And he's out of bounds. You won't see a bigger safety man than that.
And you also won't see a bigger mistake that might have just been made by an L.A. Ram defensive end, because if he jumped off, it gives Oakland a 1st down, allows them to keep their drive going. And that is something that any coach would go right up the roof if that happens to him. And I don't think Knox is any exception if that's what the call is.
Hard to see from that angle.
We can't see it there, but on the outside of that play, he could have been pulled off, but if he wasn't, whoo.
Meeting of the board.
See Elmendorf and Mack and Simpson all in there. They've got reason to be concerned.
Can this be this complicated? It must be.
Well, you know, it's a relatively simple call, but in the heat of battle, it's very necessary to make sure everything gets straight, and that's what they did. Spun right in the direction of the vacancy. Went on and picked up a big one for Oakland.
Let's check Van Egen's yardage. It's mounting. He now has 79 yards in 16 carries. They give him a breather. 1st down, Oakland on the Ram 30. 2 yards, that's all, for Carl Garrett. 28-yard line. 2nd down, 8. Rams behind by 6. That field goal of Seption is looming big. That 44-yarder.
Mike Fanning's come in in place of Cody Jones.
Garrett and Banaszak. He slips, he throws it deep, and it is broken up in the end zone. Broken up by Bill Simpson, intended for Biletnikoff.
And you know who made another fine play? Simpson got over there to help, but Pat Thomas covered him all the way, as he's had to all day long. He got help from Simpson, but that kid, as a rookie, has handled Biletnikoff about as well as you can ever expect. You see him down there all alone with Fred. Simpson coming in a little late, not even in the play, really.
The fans that have been watching the Cleveland-San Diego game, San Diego beating Cleveland. The score here is Los Angeles 13, Oakland 7. Oakland has the ball on the Ram 29. 3rd and 8 and 5.5 minutes to play. Tabor now is 12 out of 29. Crowd roaring on every play. There's the pass. It is incomplete. Oh, they had him covered. Cliff Branch is covered.
You know, Stabler's had a little trouble finding his favorite guy all day today. On that particular play, Casper's trying to get out. Isaiah's got all he can handle. He does get him to the ground. That's about all you can ask of a linebacker, and boy, it sure makes your secondary play easy.
Van Egan is bringing a play on. Banaszak goes out. The Raiders are down to 4th and 8. They have had about 5 or 6 minutes of the clock on this drive. 4th and 8. Let's watch. 3 wide receivers.
5 defensive backs.
Interception. Pat Thomas intercepts. The Rams have the ball. And that is the 7th turnover against Oakland.
And there's a penalty on the play, Kurt. I don't think it's against Oakland either. Stabler had a good rush on him. He actually just threw the ball away, trying to make a good play out of a bad one. 4th and 9.
Defensive holding.
That's
First
right.
down, Oakland. Oakland has a first down. Boy, this crowd's going to react to this one.
That's one of the few times that I would recommend a quarterback take any kind of chance he can. Get that ball in the air when everybody's covered as tightly as they were. Somebody may be holding when that ball goes in the air, and that's exactly what was called.
Holding on the defense, number 58, first down.
Holding on the defense. We don't know who it was. Isaiah Robertson held another costly Ram penalty. Twice they've let Oakland keep the ball on 4th down penalty.
Well, you know, as Casper goes back to the huddle after being knocked down, he's going to tell the ref, watch Isaiah.
Now the ball's on the Ram 24, first down. Panasak. Panasak is to the 22, maybe the 21. Clock moving along, 5:15 to go. Oakland has his full complement of timeouts. The Rams have 2 left. Van Egan back in the backfield. Panasak out. 12 plays in this drive for Oakland. It started to seem like an hour ago back at their 13-yard line. 2nd down, 7 for the Raiders. On the Ram 21. There he is. He's got it. Touchdown. Dave Casper for the score. An 87-yard drive for the Raiders.
And you wonder why a team gets good toward the end. Now, he was one-on-one with Hacksaw Reynolds all the way down the field. Once he gets by Isaiah, they're in and outing him. You see Reynolds trying to handle him all the way down the field. Very tough job. Stabler got plenty of time to throw it. Hits Casper, and the Raiders are tied.
He went down there under some traffic, didn't he?
I'll tell you, he did everything he could to get down there, and they did everything they could to keep him from it.
Now watch this catch in the end zone, too. That's a great catch, off balance by Casper, the tight end. Now the all-important point by Errol Mann. Hum is holding. The kick is up, and it is good. And the Raiders lead 14-13 with 4:43 to play. Long ways to go. We'll be back for the kickoff. Oakland leads 14-13. Let's take a look at that touchdown pass that culminated an 87-yard drive, and you hear the bump and run or bumpers. Watch Casper shed bumpers.
Well, there's a whole lot more to playing tight end than being able to catch a ball. You have to be able to get in the position to have it thrown to you. And there can be no more difficult situation to beat than this one with Reynolds and Isaiah Robinson both responsible to keep you from getting there. He got there, the ball got there, and it's 14-13.
That's why he's all pro. First down, the Rams now trailing. First time in the game they've trailed. From their 16, Hayden. He's got his man out there. That's Jerry Nelson, the tight end. Casper looks up at the clock. That drive of the Raiders, by the way, 13 plays. There were 3 penalties, 2 of them on 4th down, where the Raiders were losing the ball or would have lost it had not the Rams committed the 4th down penalty. Rams first down on their 37. We have 4 minutes to go. 14-13 Oakland. Capoletti's upended. He picks up a yard at the 38-yard line of the Rams. 2nd and 9.
You know, the Rams know that they have one good drive remaining in order for them to get in a position to win this football game. And they would like to make it so that Oakland had no time left on the clock if they are able to get into a position to kick a field goal. They have to use the whole clock. They can't be in a hurry now. They know the only chance they have is this drive.
Second down, 9. Rams have only 2 timeouts. Hayden throws on the run. Cappelletti gets away. And there's a flag down. Cappelletti has excellent balance. He's hard to knock off his feet. Let's grab this one.
Illegal chuck on the defense. Decline. First down.
Illegal chuck on the defense. Decline.
You know, the really top-flight backs save their best moments for the crucial situation. You can see Floyd Rice comes in. Cappelletti gets away from him, straddles the sideline, gets rid of another blocker, gets knocked out about 1 yard past the first down marker, and they've got a first just on their side of the 50.
3 minutes, 10 seconds to go. The Rams on their own 48 with a first down. All they need is a field goal to take the lead. They're running McCutcheon. And they're breaking these Oakland tackles now. Dave Rowe running down. There's another flag drop. Looks like a face mask. Septian warming his kicking leg up. Face mask against Oakland. Now penalties are hurting the Raiders.
Well, the penalties have been pretty even all day long, Kurt. I don't think you could say they've given an edge to either team. It's been an extremely hard-fought football game, and neither team wants to give up anything. When that happens, sometimes you get a few of these.
This will give the Rams a first down on the Raider 41. And inexorably, they're working their way into field goal position.
Face mask on the defense. First down.
Rams had the ball on their 20. They're now in the Oakland 41. 14-13 Oakland. Cappelletti again, dancing away. Oh, they nail him that time at the 43. And right there on him is number 67, Pat Toomey.
That's right. Toomey wasn't able to get to him because Lester Hayes made an excellent read of the screen pass, got in front of the blockers, and even though he missed Cappelletti, he did give his pursuit time to catch up.
Second down, 12 for the Rams. Look at the penalties.
That's got to be about even, doesn't it?
Well, they came at crucial time for the Rams. 2:25 to go. Second and 12. Here's the bomb to Jackson. He's out there. He has it.
Kurt, I'll tell you, in a crucial situation like that, the offensive line hung in there, gave Hayden enough time to pump the ball over the middle, get rid of Jack Tatum, leave Harold Jackson alone on Lester Hayes, who beat him, and just a perfect throw, puts the ball game 6 points up again for L.A., and this game's going back and forth. Took them a while to get started, but I don't know if it's ever going to stop.
That's the longest touchdown pass of the Rams season. The Raiders have been hurt by long passes this year. That is a 7th touchdown pass of over 40 yards against the Oakland secondary.
You can see there is no penetration on Hayden. He's got a good 3 seconds to throw the ball. It allows Jackson to make a move before he moves deep. He's got Hayes beat, and that's all there is to it.
Well, the Rams win 80 after the Raiders win 87. The kick is up, and it is good. Well, we have a timeout, and the score, the Rams 20, the Raiders 14. Pat Hayden, who wound up his USC career, 3 touchdown passes in the Rose Bowl, continues on in the pros.
It doesn't take him long to learn.
Carl Garrett out to the 29-yard line. Well, we've got quite a football game here. The Raiders in the 4th quarter took the ball, went 87 yards for a touchdown, a 21-yard pass, Stabler to Casper. The Rams got the ball, go right back, 80 yards for a touchdown on a long bomb from Pat Hayden to Harold Jackson, who just got his first pass of the game. So the Rams now lead Oakland 20-14. Be sure and stay tuned at the conclusion of our telecast for the wonderful world of Disney, the adventures of Bullwhip Griffin on most of these NBC stations. 2 minutes to go, a familiar sight sometimes when you watch the Raiders and when they're behind. And Stabler has rallied them time and time again. We'll see what he does today. On first down, he throws the ball. It's complete at the 40-yard line for a first down. Stabler was decked by Jack Youngblood, Horace Bradshaw making a catch. That's the tender knee of Stabler that's been bothering him the last 2 weeks. It's been operated on twice.
He'd have to get awful tender before he'd allow himself to come off, Kurt. You need an awful lot of time to throw the kind of pass he just threw to Bradshaw. They have to get down the field, get in between those linebackers, and Stabler hung in there until the last possible second.
They have 3 timeouts left. The clock's moving against them. It was 7-7 at halftime. Now he throws it out, and it's incomplete. Trying to go to Biletnikoff. I think he just threw it away to stop the clock when he saw Biletnikoff smothered.
No doubt about it. Pat Thomas was all over him again. Take a look at Freddie. They pretty much isolated Pat Thomas on Biletnikoff and told him to forget the rest of the football game. Just take away as much of this weapon as you can. He's done about all you could ask for, even though Biletnikoff has caught 4 balls today.
If the Rams hold on, they are the Western Division champs of the National Football Conference again. The Cardinals lost today. The Rams will clinch it. Also, they would have won 5 in a row under their coach, Chuck Knox, there, and 6 of their last 7. They're a much better team than they were earlier. They got off to a sluggish start. That pass, diving attempt by Dave Casper. 3rd and 10 now, with 1:07 to go.
They're putting a big burden on some of those inside safety men and the linebackers because they're watching their wide receivers very closely. Stabler does need time, got a pretty good rush on that play, and Casper really couldn't get into the finish of his move.
Banaszak checks in for Van Egan. Finals again, New England beat Atlanta. That paved the way for the Rams today. Pittsburgh over Seattle. Denver keeps moving. They beat Houston. They've lost only 1 game, the best record in the league. 3rd down. He's got it. The 32-yard line. Now they'll have to call time.
And Youngblood made an excellent pass rush at a crucial time.
We want to thank Joe Costanza for his usual excellent research. Spotters Ken Bishop and Dennis Venetian. 10-0 Chicago over Tampa Bay. You can see these scores. Giants 27, the Cardinals 7. Washington blank Buffalo. Cincinnati rolling along, beat Kansas City 27-7. They play Pittsburgh next Saturday, 1 o'clock Eastern time on NBC. Detroit blank Green Bay. Green Bay beat Detroit 10-9.
4th and 20, pal.
4th and 20 is right. The last chance for the Raiders.
He catches
got it to Casper. Casper has it for a first down. The Raiders will come in and try and stop the clock, and they do. 30 seconds to go. And the Raiders ball and the Ram 45 for a first down.
I don't know how many times in crucial situations Stabler has stuck the ball in the right spot, but you can see Simpson misses this ball by not an inch. Casper keeps his eye on the ball, comes down with it. They've got a first down, 30 seconds to go on the Ram 45-yard line. This baby's far from over.
Casper, 5 catches today for 73 yards. Unless the Raiders rally, they will have 3 losses. Denver has 1 loss. They will clinch a tie for the Western Division of the AFC. A real upset there. Because Oakland's owned this division, but no longer. Baltimore's lost only 2 games. Miami's lost 3. New England's 4. That means if Denver won the division and Baltimore, Miami, or New England won the Eastern Division, then Oakland would have to be in a struggling scramble for a playoff spot. And the Super Bowl champs are not any safety factor at all to even make the playoffs.
They've got no package next week when they play Minnesota either.
That's right. Minnesota rallied today to beat the 49ers. And Minnesota is trying to stay ahead of the Bears, who are only one game behind for the Central Division of the NFC. 30 seconds remaining. The Rams ahead, 20-14. The Raiders went 87 yards to score. The Rams came right back and went 80 yards to score. Raiders have 2 timeouts. That's knocked down. Pat Thomas following Biletnikoff across the field, right on him.
So many teams try to defense Oakland by letting their linebackers get into the pursuit. LA's filed that act. They're just covering the backs man-to-man with their linebackers, getting them deep to help, and they're letting that Pat Thomas cover Biletnikoff all over the field.
John, from what I've seen of the Rams today, they're peaking just right. They started slow. They lost 2 early games, their opener to Atlanta, and now they're really on the move. They're going to be tough in the playoffs.
Well, they're playing a good football game. This has been an outstanding ball game from start to finish.
3 wide receivers spread out. There's an offside against the Rams. Sabers pass, a comebacker. Cliff Branch has it. He's short of a first down. Fred Dreyer committed the offside when he charged.
The big thing about the penalty, Kurt, is it gives Oakland a time to regroup, and if Stabler's up on top of it, which he generally is, while they're talking about whether they want the penalty or not, Oakland can regroup, refuse it, and get going.
They call that penalty against the Raiders. It looked like Dreyer charged off.
Yeah, they may have made a mistake.
They made a mistake. Here it is. Now they got it. Dreyer was obviously offside. He was a yard across the line of scrimmage at the snap.
Well, that's good to know we're all human.
Not much time for the snake. Joe Namath looking on. The Raiders, with the way they played in preseason and the opening of the season, everybody thought that they might just completely dominate this league. But things changed, and they have changed in NFL 77. Madden, hey, wait a minute.
Madden's very involved with something, and I cannot quite figure out exactly what it is. You're pretty good at reading lips.
You're going to send Banaszak in and tell him something.
Yep.
Right after this final gun here, you'll join the wonderful world of Disney on NBC for most of the stations. Let's listen to the official.
Defense, offside, second down.
They have accepted the penalty and makes it second down.
It saves them having to take a timeout at this time, Kurt. And how many downs they have left makes very little difference. They've got a long way to go.
Second and 5, and they need a touchdown. 19 seconds to go. He's under the gun. And Mike Fanning, ex of Notre Dame, a #1 pick 3 years ago, got him. 4 sacks for the Rams, who've had a better pass rush today than the Raiders.
They have both with Cody Jones and Mike Fanning. Their defensive linemen have played an outstanding football game all day long. In fact, it takes an awful lot of people to play good defense, and I'd have to say that the Rams have defensed Oakland about as well as you could ask.
Another timeout by the Raiders. They're down to 1 now. 4 sacks for 41 yards. When we say a better pass rush, we must remember the Raiders play a 3-man line most of the time. The Rams stick to the old 4-3 defense. No matter what it is, they all want 7 men up at that line of scrimmage hitting somebody.
That's right. They can send any one of the 7 or all 7.
The ball now is placed on the Raider 48. Remember, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, this coming Saturday on NBC at 1 o'clock. and that will be a battle for first place in the Central Division of the American Football Conference. Kurt Gowdy and John Brody hope you'll join us. Pittsburgh win would wrap it up for them. They would have defeated Cincinnati twice. Pittsburgh knocked off Cleveland twice and split with Houston. That's a very rugged division, as you all know.
Cincinnati has to win that ball game by more than 6 points, and then they would be in charge.
Depending on the last game of the year. Well, the Rams are about in if they hold here now with 12 seconds to go in the playoffs as the Western champs of the NFC and a home team in the first round, which is important. Faber's toss. To Casper, incomplete, broken up by Isaiah Robertson.
They made a great play on it, too. Stabler had a chance to get to Casper in between the linebackers. Robinson came up and made a good hit just as the ball got there. Time is running out.
These two have tangled before, John.
You bet. I'll tell you, here you go. You can see there are very few secrets. They've got everybody backed off. Isaiah's not going to let anybody get the ball and get out of bounds. He's guarding the sideline, comes in, makes a fine play on Casper.
The Raiders are down to their last play. And the Denver Broncos fans standing by their team, unless the Raiders click, have at least tied for the Western Division Championship. Now he heaves it. He gets it out of bounds, goes Branch. The clock is over. The game is over. The Rams have defeated the Raiders. The final score, the Rams 20 and the Oakland Raiders 14. Western Division champs are the Rams. And the Raiders are now in a life struggle to make the playoffs in the American Conference. Kurt Gowdy and John Brody, thank you. We'll join the wonderful world of Disney's The Adventures of Bullwhip Griffin, already in progress on most of these NBC stations following these local messages.
The LA Rams clinched the NFC Western Division title with a tough win over Oakland. John Cappelletti put the Rams on top first on a 1-yard run. The Raiders got that back when Pete Banaszak scored from 2 yards out. LA added 2 field goals but saw themselves drop behind by a point after Ken Stabler hit Dave Casper on a 21-yard touchdown pass. But the Rams had some magic left and won the game as Pat Hayden and Harold Jackson hooked up for 43 yards and a 20-14 win. The Denver Broncos clinched the AFC Western Division title and will be making their first ever postseason appearance. Craig Morton threw 2 touchdown passes, both were for 13 yards, one to Riley Odoms and the other to Rick Upchurch as the Broncos beat Houston 24-14. The Dallas Cowboys reign again as the NFC Eastern champs. Following their 24-14 victory over the Eagles, Tony Dorsett scored 2 touchdowns and Roger Staubach threw to Drew Pearson for the other. The biggest upset of the day saw the New York Giants dim the St. Louis Cardinals' playoffs hopes with a 27-7 setback. The Giants got on the board first after Bobby Hammond ran 15 yards for a 7-0 lead. But the Redbirds came right back and tied it up 2 minutes into the second quarter on Jim Hart's 6-yard strike to Ike Harris. The Giants took a 10-7 lead into the locker room at the half and increased that lead when Bill Bryant intercepted a Hart pass and returned it untouched 54 yards for a touchdown. Following another Joe Danello field goal, New York made it 27-7 when Willie Spencer went over from the 2. Now that's the way it ended, but the Redbirds did have another scoring opportunity. They drove down to the Giants' 1 in the fourth quarter, but Terry Metcalf fumbled into the end zone and the Giants recovered. So the loss dropped St. Louis into a tie with the Redskins, who beat Buffalo 10-0 this afternoon. Both have 7-5 records and will meet in St. Louis next Saturday.
It took Dorsett 9 weeks to earn a starting job with the Cowboys, and now he's making the most of it. Against the Eagles, the 1976 Heisman Trophy winner rushed for 206 yards. That's an all-time club record. And he broke this one 84 yards, longest in the NFL this year. Dorsett says his biggest thrill was seeing the Cowboys clinch the NFC East Championship, but he admitted he was excited about breaking the club's single-game rushing record.
Well, of course, it's a big thrill for me. Any record or anything I do, you know, it means something to me. But, you know, I was just going out there, and I'm going out every week to play football the best I know how, and to go out there and give my best effort, and I'll just let awards and rewards take care of themselves.
Dorsett needs to average 68 yards through the Cowboys' final 2 regular season games to reach the 1,000-yard mark. At the rate he's going, it appears to be a cinch. This is Lee Martin for CBS News, Dallas.
On the surface, it appears that Monday night's game between Miami and Baltimore will be an offensive show. The last time these two teams met, on October 9th, 73 points were scored with a total offensive output of 792 yards. The Colts won that game 45-28. Baltimore quarterback Burt Jones seems to have his best games against Miami. He's attempted 165 consecutive passes against the Dolphins without an interception for a completion mark of 61%. In that last ill-fated game, Jones mixed his passes well between Raymond Chester, Lydell Mitchell, Don McCauley, and Glenn Dowdy as he completed 18 of 30 for 190 yards. As we pointed out in our last Baltimore report prior to the October meeting, tight end Chester seems to be the Dolphins' nemesis, and he may be again with Miami strong safety Charlie Babb out with an injury. Everything is riding on this game for both clubs, and it seems that whenever these two teams meet, the outcome is critical. A couple of things are worth noting at this time. Baltimore is coming off a disappointing loss to Denver, while Miami, well-rested but injury-riddled, is coming off one of its most successful outings in their total domination of St. Louis. So from an emotional standpoint, Miami has got the edge. They also have an edge in one other department, Monday night games. Since the inception of that concept, the Dolphins are 9-2. So everything points to a great contest, the winner standing an excellent chance of going to the playoffs. Tony Segreto, Channel 4 Sports.
Well, I think Miami is real good in the sense that they won't let you really isolate any one person, especially since they are hurt, so-called, in a couple of places. They probably will cover up with coverage and defensive slants and lines and things like that, so that we can't really just attack a certain person on the football field. What we have to do is just go out and hope we have the right play call and get the execution, and if it works, pick up the yards and score points.
Do you think any chance that this game might be as wide open as the first meeting you had this year?
It's really hard to say. I never tried to think of it that way, whether it would be or not, but I anticipate a lot of offense. Of course, with Bob Greasy on the other side playing with Miami, he's going to play good football because he always does. And so I anticipate a lot of offense. I don't know how much scoring there will be. It's a beautiful day, great weather, and that all contributes to having a good day offensively.
Well, yeah, we're definitely more aggressive. We got more personnel to work with, so therefore we can be aggressive. We don't have to sit on it. We have been conservative early in the season, but now is the point where we have to throw everything up in there and come out with the best results because we've got the personnel and we just got to, do our best job. Everybody's playing good ball and everybody's ready and will be ready and will be up for this game. So therefore, we must do the same thing against Baltimore that we did against St. Louis.
Against St. Louis, you caught a big touchdown pass, a long one. You worked especially hard on your receiving. Everybody felt that you were a good blocker. You are a better receiver. You've proven that this year, but it doesn't seem like they're getting the ball to you that much.
Well, then again, that is true, but the thing about it is you have to look at the fact that Bob is throwing to the backs. He's throwing to Dario and Nat and Freddie, and the thing about it is they are outstanding receivers, and, they are capable of making the play go a long way, if they catch a ball in a short distance and then they take it a long way. So therefore, I haven't got as many passes, but I'm glad for the ones that I have gotten, and I want to be able to get more, during the stretch, in this crucial situation.
This is the biggest game this year. This is the biggest game that we've had in a couple of years here. And I guarantee I'm excited. And I know that we're pumped up and ready to play a good football game. And I'm sure that they will be, too. And I think it ought to be a fine game to watch.
You have to, of course, face Burt Jones, and he just seems to play super against this team.
Yeah, he does. Both he and Chester seem to have good nights against us. But I think the defense has come a long way since the last time we played them up in Baltimore. And foot, when you're playing against the best, I think you get up a little bit more, just like we used to do for OJ. You know, we get a little bit more excited, and there'd be a little bit more hustle around the ball. And I think that hopefully we'll have that same thing when we face the Colts.
Do you look for a wide open game like you had the first one up in Baltimore?
Baltimore's got an explosive football team. And depending on how Lydell is and how Leaks is, you know, that could make a difference. But there's going to be some points scored, and obviously I feel like we'll score more of them than they will.
We watched the team work out tonight. They certainly seem to be in a very good frame of mind, pretty loose.
Well, I wouldn't say there's so much that they're loose, John, but I think they're in a good frame of mind. We've had a good week of practice, and we know that this is a big ball game, and I think our club is ready to play.
They had a good week of practice despite the tough loss to Denver last week.
Well, that's right. It was a tough loss for us, and the important thing, I think, after a loss is, or any time that you lose, is whether you're able to bounce back or not, and I feel that we are.
You had a couple injuries out of that game with Lydell Mitchell and Roosevelt Leaks. A little questionable. How are they coming along?
I think right at this point, John, we're at full strength. All of our people are healthy. Lydell missed a couple of days of practice, but he's, I would say, 100% at this point.
It's kind of a funny situation coming down. It seems this one big game. Do you like it to coming down like this? Or obviously, you'd probably like to be further ahead.
Well, I think, John, any time that you're fighting for a playoff position, I think it always comes down to one big ball game. And I think this is that ball game for Miami, and it's the ball game for us. It's the team that will get into the playoffs. And I think that's probably normal for any time that you're contending for a playoff berth.
Do you think these teams might be a little tight coming out, or are we going to see a wide-open game like we saw the first one time you met?
Well, you never know exactly what's going to take place. I think before the game, it could be a 35-34 ball game, or it could be a 3-0 ball game. I don't think anybody can predict exactly what's going to take place.
Stand by, 15 seconds to air. Stand by, all cameras and videotape. Ready with your opening graphics. Stand by, Howard. Here we come, Frank. Ready, Don. Stand by, audio, your opening music, and roll tape. Take tape.
For the NFL. On 2nd and 7. Easy with a lot of time, and Netmore's open. Oh, yeah. Beautiful catch. Miami on the scoreboard. Easy holds both backs in. Fires into Tillman's hands, out of his hands, intercepted. Tom McLeod. He is around the ball. Was thought McLeod did. 27-yard field goal attempt, Tony Leonard. It's good. And Baltimore takes another short kick. A reverse. And coming wide is number 80, that's Louard McCrary. Supported the ball at the 42-yard line of Baltimore. Leroy Harris, right side. Big hole, and he gets the first down and more. Moving inside the 6-3. Reese starting back all night. Finds the open man is Terry Davis. Davis inside the 15. And the ball at the 15. There it is. Over the middle to the big tight end. And Tillman holds on this time and gets the 6. He really made up for it, didn't he? Yep. Down to the air. Ford puts the pressure on. Fires over the middle. He is out. Down to the man open is McCauley. Nobody picks up McCarson goal. 4-yard line. Roosevelt leaps back in. Pulls in. Bobbles the ball in the end zone. That'll be a touchback. Morris comes. They still have a shot. Miami on 1st and 10. The ball goes to Leroy Harris. Turn out the light. Beautiful cut back there. He'll go all the way. Leroy Harris. Touchdown. What fun. What fun.
first game ball. Had a pretty good game against Cincinnati, and I was expecting to get the game ball there, which we lost, and they don't give a game ball, you know, a losing call. But I'm proud of it and to receive this.
Leroy, you've had some good games, and you always seem to say afterwards you could have done better. Now, I want you to tell me tonight, straight in the face, that you could have done better tonight.
Well, I could have done better tonight on a couple of plays, you know, on my blocking assignment. I missed a few blocks that I wish I could have go back and redo. But I think I could have done better in my blocking situation.
Maybe you could explain a little bit the play and exactly what happened on your long run.
Well, the play is a P10 where the quarterback just turned around and handed the ball straight up the middle to the fullback, which it was done, and I ran into some heavy traffic up there and broke a few tackles and broke to the outside. I picked up a block from Dario Harris, and I made a cutback on a block from Nat Moe that it took me all the way.
What was going through your mind at the time?
Well, at the time, to get to that goal line, to score this touchdown.
The fan support, the electricity out there in the Orange Bowl was just a night to remember, and we got it done with that tremendous support. And we hoped after Baltimore beat us in Baltimore when they had the great second half that we could stay close so that when we played Baltimore again that the game would be meaningful. And it couldn't be any more meaningful than the game tonight. And our football team prevailed, and now we're the team that's in control. What can you say? I'm just so proud of the defense, shutout, the young people that played defensively, the tremendous pressure going against a fine offensive group like the Colts. Disappointed that we didn't get the interception, but we had a couple of them bounce off of our hands. And offensively, we had some great scoring opportunities early and didn't take advantage of them, missed 2 field goals. But Leroy Harris got us out of a jam with that fantastic effort. I guess the longest run in Dolphin history. So Leroy's going to have a lot of those for us.
It seems what's even more incredible about the defense is Toll went down, and Chambers, everybody just seemed to pick up the slack when he went out.
Well, this has been the story. You know, Heinz for Denherter did an outstanding job, and then Rusty, when Toll went out, stepped in there and did a good job. And the guys were hitting, and we knew that the hitting was there right from the beginning. And we were upset because we didn't capitalize and score more points in that first half. But Baltimore's tough defensively, too, and, you know, they forced a lot of errors. So we'll take the win. We're very happy about it, and we got New England in a hurry.
I think the people are jumping on the bandwagon now that we're winning, and we're glad to have them. We're trying to prove ourselves. I think we've come a long way in proving ourselves. We still got to do it against New England next week and Buffalo the week after to get in the playoffs. So by no means do we have our job completed as far as getting in the playoffs, and this is our goal from day one in training camp. So we still got a way to go, but we're pleased thus far for our effort.
You know, it's unbelievable. It's no matter how well this club does, you still feel inside, you deep inside, that you have some things to prove to some people, because you say some people are jumping on the bandwagon now. Shula said to the writers when they came in, where were you when we played Seattle?
Well, you know, we were written off, and after last year, you know, we had such a bad year that everybody figured there's no way we could bounce back this year, especially with all the young players on defense. But you got to give the coaches a lot of credit, and the guys in there are doing the job, especially all the young players. And, you know, the offense is starting to come alive right now, and they're controlling the football like they used to, and the back's running hard, and Grease is throwing with confidence. And I think the defense keeps getting better, although we're losing a lot of key players. We're just going to do the job anyway with the people we have. We have good replacements, so you know, we feel real good about our situation, but we're not satisfied that we're in the playoffs.
The last couple of weeks, the guys has just been really giving it all that we've got, because we know that every game is really a must game. You know, if we hold back, we might be holding back until next year. So we're just putting out right now.
The feeling out there on the field tonight, the closeness of the defense, it must have been incredible.
Yes, it was. You know, I mean, it makes the whole team feel good when everybody's giving 100%. And hey, that's the key, is just giving it 100%. When you do that, you know, you just shut down the things that they try to do, and that's what we did tonight.
What has turned it around for this club, do you feel, Larry?
Well, I don't know. It's just you know, the unity. I mean, it's a lot of young guys on the team that, you know, has never had the fame and fortune of being, you know, in the Super Bowl or in the playoffs, you know, and this is...
You haven't either, right?
Hey, that is right, you know, and this is what's in my eyes, you know. I'm looking for the playoffs and maybe even the Super Bowl.
We're back where we want to be, and, you know, it's up to us from here on in. We got New England and Buffalo here, so it's like we've been saying, all we want to be is where we can control our own destiny, and we're at that point now.
That's what I was going to ask you. It must be good to know that it's up to you now. You can't
can't depend on anybody else. If you want to get to the playoffs, it's up to you.
That's true. You know, that's all we can ask for. You know, we can't expect anybody else to do our job. You know, if we want to be there, we've got to do it. You know, we know what kind of offense we have. We know what kind of defense we have. And, it's, you know, we've been saying all along that if we get better every week, that we'll be there at the end, and it's proven so.
Are you a little surprised how well this club is doing?
No, not at all. You know, we've got a lot of great athletes here and a lot of guys that are working hard to get the job done.
Oh, yeah!
Fumble, Miami's got it.